Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming today and hopefully tomorrow as well. Well, big welcome to Southampton. Welcome also to everybody joining online. We'll deal with any online admin at the same time as we deal with admin in the room. I am not Dick and Hal, for those of you who know about these things. My name's Steve Gibson. I'm the fairly recent Director of Strategy at Hal Marine Consulting. Dickon has been unavoidably detained, sends his apologies. So you have me for this morning. Meetings hosted by our ECOWind and ECOFlow programs. And today is our Science Day. You all know that. It's your insights, your questions, your contribution, which will shape the success of today. So please, we're looking forward to hearing your input. So some rules of engagement. We're hearing from researchers over today and certainly tomorrow. I'm asked to note that these are not the most senior scientists. That means they are the ones doing the work at the coalface. So when you're asking questions of them and during panel discussions, please ask your questions with curiosity and with kindness. And to those of you who are up here, there is enormous power from saying, I don't know the answer to that. Let's talk in the margins. Don't be afraid. Don't make it up. There's enormous power comes from saying, I don't know. I'd love to talk. So some housekeeping outside. Mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks, which are in the agendas you have. Everything's basically taking place in Studio Hall, which you will all by now have found. That's where the refreshments are. That's where the posters are. That's where lunch will be at 1 o'clock. Live streaming throughout the day. When it comes to questions, you will need to have a microphone. So please don't start until you've got a microphone in your hand. Otherwise, those people online are only going to get about 70% of your question. And the event is being recorded as well. So, but again, you all know that. Any logistical questions? Paul up at the back and Amy, who you almost certainly got your badge from. And if you're online on Zoom, use the chat and the same people will respond to you. The QR codes, which Paul, there we go. Those should work from where you're sat. So have a look at those. And if you've not filled in the pre-event survey, if you could please just take a couple of minutes, just do that now, although not whilst the next speaker is talking. Okay, so I'm not going to run through the agenda, but just to say presentations vary. Some are very short, very snappy, 5 minutes. Others are longer, 15-minute, more immersive experiences. So there is a variety. There is a lot to cover. We will stick to time. The most important thing now, and if you're speaking, please have a quick look at your talk, stick to time. If we start to drift with the number of talks we've got, we will not retrieve this and we'll still be here when it gets light tomorrow morning. So we will stick to time. Please make sure you stick to time and that allows us to get the most from the Q&A and discussions and from poster sessions and the breaks and lunch where our engagement together is really important. Posters are on display throughout. They'll be available until 6 p.m. this evening, so hopefully you'll be able to stay. And I think, unless Paul's shaking his head, I've covered everything, so that's fantastic. And in which case, I'd like to welcome to the stage Colin Moffat, Chair Programme Advisory Group. Colin.
And good morning, ECOWind and ECOFlow. It's been years since we last met in Manchester. That is, time has flown. So I have to fly through my presentation, so we keep to time. So I won't say any more, other than to say what I am going to be speaking about is when fixed becomes floating. And what I'd like to do first is perhaps be a wee bit of a broken record. Because last year I emphasised where we were in terms of the situation of greenhouse gas emissions. And I'm afraid to say that a year on, we are not really in any different a position. In 2023, the emissions were up yet again. The atmospheric concentration of CO2 has again reached a new record. We are still absorbing CO2 into the ocean and the land, even though they are being impacted. And ultimately, what we're finding is that it's reckoned we've got a maximum of 6 years before we will consistently be above 1.5 degrees centigrade. And if you look up, whoops, there we go. If you look up there, that is the sea surface temperature global average for 2024. Not a very good picture. So we have a problem, but there are some good news, and the good news is reflected in what you see up there. Now, this is the graph is the global picture of history and projecting forward to 2050. And what we reckon is that by 2033, we will have solar being the largest generator of electricity in the world. You notice coal's gone down, and of course wind is going up. So we are making progress on a global basis. What we're doing in the UK, well, 49 terawatt hours of electricity produced in the UK in 2023. September 2024 was a very important date because that was when we stopped generating any electricity from coal in the United Kingdom. Also, what we're saying is that to reach our targets, we're actually going to have to phase out gas twice as fast as we phased out coal. So we still have a few challenges there. And to look at it in a slightly different perspective, this is what our power generation from renewables looked like in the first quarter of this year. And look what is up there at an amazing 33.8% wind, both onshore and offshore. But that is the proportion of our power generated by wind. Bioenergy, 12. Solar, of course, well, I come from R&D. We don't have a lot of solar power up there because it's not very sunny. But of course, in Scotland, we do have a lot of hydropower. But overall, the first quarter of this year, just over half the electricity generated was generated from renewables. That is pretty impressive. So let's have a look very quickly at some numbers. We find that in 2023, offshore wind generated enough power to power 14.2 million homes in the UK. That's pretty impressive. And you can see three figures there. Now, hopefully, you're going to go away with them in green: 9350, 4.5. And for those of you who are having your lunch, I'm going to come up and see what the three figures: 90, 50, 4.5. And actually, I also would ask you what it means. And in fact, what we're saying is that our aim is to produce 93 gigawatts in terms of what we've got in process and what actually is happening at the moment. And we hope to have 50 gigawatts by 2030. And actually, the new release is around 4.5 gigawatts from offshore wind, which is going to power 4 million homes. Okay, so this is all looking pretty good. And what does this mean for our emissions in the UK? Well, look at that. Emissions are going down. Total greenhouse gas emissions and carbon dioxide emissions.
So welcome back from the impromptu coffee session. I hope you enjoyed your refreshments and are ready for the second session of our Science Day. I thought we heard some excellent talks and discussion in the first session, and hopefully we can do the same for this second session. This session is focused on the distribution and availability of prey populations and implications for the foraging opportunities of top predators. And this question is critical for two main reasons. Well, first of all, we want to understand how offshore wind farms are changing the dynamics of the relationships between top predators and their prey. So for a long time,
Whilst these top predators, particularly seabirds and marine mammals, were front and center of assessments, and of course they still are, the role of their prey was largely ignored. And that's changing now, and ECOWind, and I'm sure ECOFlow will be no different, is making a big contribution to that question. So we know, and we've already heard some talks on this topic this morning, how offshore wind farms will change the physical environment. They'll change the benthic environment, they'll change the pelagic environment. And we need to understand what impact that has on the food web. So we want to understand then what are the knock-on consequences via the food web on the prey of these top predators, in particular forage fish. And then we can understand much better what the consequences will be for top predators protected by all this legislation that we need to worry about. And then what are the consequences on associated species? For example, demersal fish that may be affected by offshore wind farms and their associated physical changes. And of course, these may include fish that are competitors to protected top predators. And what are the consequences of that? And then that's the indirect part. And then the other way in which, of course, offshore wind farm can affect top predators and their prey is through direct effects on them, the responses that prey have and the responses of predators. So, for example, a number of studies have shown that seabirds are affected by wind farms. They're displaced from them. They don't like to go inside them. Is that because they themselves are fearful of wind farms, or are they just responding to responses of their prey? Or is it a combination of the two? So those indirect and direct processes are the first part of this. The second part is about climate change. So climate change, of course, is occurring in tandem with our expansion of offshore wind. Impacts on our marine and how that is affecting the top predators and their foraging opportunities. So why are those two aspects of predator-prey relationships and the relationship with offshore wind and with climate change so important? Well, they're important in order for us to undertake accurate assessments of offshore wind farm developments, in order for us to interpret any changes that we see in our top predators. We need to understand those processes to get any sense of risk, true risks of those populations. But we also need to think about how that might help us with scoping. So when we're thinking about future developments and the location has been selected in order for us to scope the likely species to be affected, a better understanding of the relationship with their prey and what prey are actually present and are the dominant food for these key species is important. It's also important for spatial planning, where to locate the best place, the next round of wind farms, and understanding of those ecosystem dynamics are critical. And it's also relevant for compensatory measures. I think there's a strong feeling that some of the most successful measures will require some change, not just directly to these seabirds and other top predators, but changes to their resources in order to get the scale of compensation that we need. Therefore, we need to understand the processes in order to develop effective compensation. And with respect to climate change, all assessments are done by comparing your development or your multiple developments to some baseline situation. And of course, that baseline is shifting. And we need to understand the shifting baseline over the next 2, 3, 4 decades in order to produce accurate assessments that stand the test of time. So I'm delighted to say that we have 3 talks that cover those topics. We have talks on the changes to the physical environment, both the benthic and the pelagic, and the knock-on consequences on the food web and what that means for top predators. And we also have a talk about the shifting baseline of climate change and how that's working its way up the food web and how that will be important for assessments. So first up, we have actually a dual talk by 2 individuals from the University of Strathclyde. So Emma Tildesley and Vladimir Krivtsov are going to speak about climate projections of zooplankton and forage fish. So if I can first welcome Emma, who's kicking off, and there'll be a seamless transition to Vladimir at some point halfway through. Emma, thanks very much.
Thanks, Francis. Okay. So hi, I'm Emma Tilsley. I'm going to be talking about climate projections of zooplankton through the food chain that supports seabird populations as part of the ECOWINDs project. So the research aims of ECOWINDs are what are the cumulative impacts of offshore wind on seabirds and the wider ecosystem? What compensatory measures will deliver net gain to seabirds? And how can we incorporate sufficient room for the shifting baseline of climate change? So this schematic illustrates what Francis was saying. So we know that aspects of the marine environment have declined. We know that we expect that under climate change, those declines may continue. So that's illustrated by that yellow wedge there. Offshore wind potentially could exacerbate, could also negatively affect the marine environment. So that's the red wedge there. So then any compensatory measures that we implement need to compensate over and above those effects. So in order to understand the shifting baseline environment for seabird populations, we need to understand the effects of climate change through their supporting food webs. So this is the approach that we're taking. We have an ensemble of climate projections for the Northeast Atlantic under the high emissions scenario RCP 8.5 of the physics and the biogeochemistry. And then we're training random forest machine learning models. We're using continuous plankton recorder zooplankton samples matched up in space and time with historical modeled ocean conditions. And then we project those models forwards using a bias corrected version of the climate projections to generate zooplankton climate projections for the near future, so the 2040s, and into the far future, the 2090s. And then those zooplankton projections are used to drive dynamic energy budget modelling of the key forage fish that seabirds prey on to try to model future feeding conditions for seabirds in offshore wind development areas. So briefly, this is the innards of the model. We're modelling of the zooplankton part of the model. So we've got separate models for aggregated small copepods and the two main large calanus species, which have different niches. And we include a range of physical and biological drivers, including temperature, salinity, the timing of the spring bloom. We use sea surface temperature anomaly as a signal of climate warming. And then we have this subpolar gyre index proxy, which is a measure of relative subpolar versus subtropical water mass influence that affects zooplankton assemblages. And we find that the models reproduce expected key aspects of historical zooplankton, including spatial distributions of the different species. These plots show how zooplankton energy is predicted to vary with historical conditions for the different zooplankton groups. Just some examples. We find that the model captures the seasonality, depth niches, and temperature niches of the different groups. So, for example, the red line, that's Calanus finmarchicus. So we see, do we have a thing? Yes. So we get higher Calanus finmarchicus abundance in colder, deeper off-shelf water, and especially when there's higher subpolar water influence. And the key predictors for all of the groups, the random forest model expects to be seasonal cycle, the water mass variability, and this climbing warming signal. So these are some preliminary results just shown for the small copepod abundance here into the near future. And the top panel shows the predicted change in mean decadal small copepod energy for each of the three. So each of these is one of the climate projections. And then the bottom panel shows the historical and projected zooplankton energy into the near future and far future. And you can see that the historical declines are predicted to continue. And these declines are seen for all of the zooplankton groups, but it varies by climate model. So this, for example, this is a less strong response than this model, even though they're all under the same climate emission scenario. And it varies by region within the Northeast Atlantic. So we also have higher resolution models that are higher resolution for the sort of the wind farm development areas. And these changes are driven by a slowdown in circulation, reduced circulation into the North Sea, reduced salinities, as well as the climbing warming signal. So if these declines in zooplankton energy are going to continue, then what are the consequences for the fish that feed upon them and the seabird populations that then feed upon those fish? So I'll pass over to Vladimir to tell you how we're modelling forage fish growth under these zooplankton projections.
Thanks. So to model foraging fish, we actually using so-called dynamic energy budgeting approach, otherwise known as DEP for short. And it is actually presented here in a very simplified diagram. So basically what happens, the energy from the plankton is transferred into the next trophic level, into sand eels, and it is first incorporated into the reserves, which is a very energy dense compartment high in lipids. From there, energy goes to metabolic costs, which of course is a process dependent on temperature, but also for structural growth, to grow things like bones, and for production of eggs, denoted here as gonads. Now, an important thing here to note is the ratio between resource and structure, because some very important processes depend on it, and in particular the survivorship. So the smaller fish with depleted reserves are subject to very high overwintering mortality. And this approach could then be used to assess the growth of fish at different locations, important for offshore wind, which of course, as Martin already mentioned before, Francis mentioned rather, is then important for seabird assessment and choosing the correct levels of compensatory measures and mitigation actions. So we are applying this at different locations, contrasted by their zooplankton availability. And in particular here, you see the application to doggy bank and weed bank. And so we are hypothesizing that the high availability of zooplankton at doggy bank is responsible for basically bigger sand eels there. And what's shown on the graph, that our model correctly represents the tendency of this, but we are still in the process of making further adjustments to make sure that it actually fully fits the data. And then we could run the projections forward. That is pretty much what we have had time for. We'll be happy to discuss later on during the tea breaks or otherwise. So many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much to the both of you. Always hard to choreograph two people in the same talk, and you're beautifully to time. So our next speaker is from the Accelerate project. Olivia Hicks is from the University of Bangor, and she'll be talking about some of the mechanistic links within a benthic driven ecosystem. And it will be a nice contrast to our last talk, which will be more focused on the pelagic ecosystem. So thanks to that nice contrast, and over to Olivia. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm here on behalf of the ECOWind Accelerate project, which, as we heard from Chris this morning, is all about the acceleration of offshore wind farm construction and how that can mobilize sediments. And my part of this project is to try and understand how those changes in the physical environment will affect the relationship between seabirds and their prey. So we know that many different seabird habitats can attract prey or influence their behavior. And often if those prey are abundant or exploitable, then the seabirds will be attracted to those areas. And so we want to know what the changes in habitat will do to the distribution of seabirds. And for this, we've collected a lot of different levels of data at different spatial scales and temporal scales. We've been focusing in North Wales around a little island called Puffin Island. And we've been tracking seabirds to look at their fine scale movements and energy use. We've also been doing some transect survey work to look at seabird abundance and distribution. And then we've also, on those same transects, been collecting data on forage fish distribution using echo sounders. And then we were linking those together with some outputs from telemet models from Chris and Connor on some sediment, fine scale sediment data, as well as other physical environmental traits. So we've only just really brought together all these data. So I'm going to briefly mention one aspect of the project, our web package, where we're looking at concurrent measurements of seabird density, fish density, and sediment variables, various sediment variables. So this is just a small section of area outside within our area that we have all the same size, but we have the same data collected, different data collected on the same scale within the same temporal resolution. And so we're trying to work out, firstly, what drives the habitat's use of the birds, and then eventually look at sort of habitat quality by modeling predator energy gain. And our results are basically unpresentable so far. So they're very preliminary, but we're starting to see that some variables of sediments which will be subject to change from offshore wind farm construction, are having an impact on seabird distribution. So we're going to improve the model structure and make sure we've got a much better understanding of this, but we're looking forward to sharing that with you next time. And so another side of the work we've been doing is on the posters next door, and that's about using the more fine-scale seabird data and their diet to understand what they're eating and where, so that we can try and understand how that can inform habitat quality within this area. So yeah, there's a poster by Emilia Corbin-Charnodolski and myself next door, so come and ask about the methods there. But for now, that's all I've got for you.
Thanks, Olivia. And the last talk in this session is being given by Julie Salvatar. She's from the UHI, and she's part of the Pelagio project, and she'll be talking about all of the amazing fieldwork that they've been doing, collecting concurrent data on different elements of the food web in their study. Thanks, Julie. Over to you.
Everyone, thanks for the introduction. So I'm Julie, and today I'm going to share some insights with the Pelagio project. I'm doing a postdoc there, and I work on the work package too, which is focusing on prey to predator, and I mostly look at fish using acoustic data. So I'm focusing today on maybe how we assess the data using a multifaceted approach to monitoring fish behavior and predator around offshore wind farms. So quickly, we do have a comprehensive assessment of the impact of offshore wind farm. We need comprehensive data. So, and there is also an existing gap in time series especially for fish data. So to answer that gap and to assess comprehensively the ecosystem, we used this approach, which combines both stationary data using moorings on the seabed and spatial data using instruments that are on a ship with cruise data. So we also integrate both biological and physical data using, for instance, instruments that assess water properties, just like ADCP and CKDs, on both the moorings and the cruise. But we also have ecosonders that allow us to assess fish behavior using multi-frequency to identify the species. So the data was collected at SIGRIN. So you can see here a short timeline. I'm showing only the data collected in 2023, but we also have data in 2024. And so we deployed moorings really close to one of the turbines. And also we have cruise with repeated transects. So for instance, here is one of the cruise that we performed. And I'm showing here a bit of the methodology to extract fish echo. And so the fish signal from ecosonder data. And you can see here transect from the transect and the corresponding echograms from which I extracted the fish shoal using Bayern method. And so you can see the both repeated transects, and from this data, using only the fish signal, so I did some preliminary GAMs trying to show how fish behave with the distance to the turbine, for instance, how the quantity of fish evolves, because from the echoes, we infer the NASC, which is a proxy from the fish biomass. So here is just some preliminary results that looked at the fish overall, the quantity of fish with every species. So just we see that the quantity of fish increased as with the distance to the turbine, and we see a higher quantity of fish during the flood phase of the tide and in the morning, and then again later in the evening, but with a decrease of the fish quantity around noon, which shows the tidal migration. So this is quickly from the cruise data, but we also have moorings data that provide a bit more detail. So taking a bit more time here, this is an echogram as well, but just represented in another way, combining both frequencies on the moorings we have. So it's both 38 and 200 kilohertz. And I just represented the 38 kilohertz in the shade of red and the 200 kilohertz in the shade of green and blue. So this just allows us to see where the frequency response is higher. So for instance, you can see on that image that we have three categories of fish, the ones that are blue, the ones that are white, and the red ones. It just shows their frequency response to the ecosonder we used. So some have a higher answer in the 200, some have a higher answer in the 38, and some have a constant frequency response. So this allows us to discriminate the mackerel and sandhills who don't have a swim bladder, and the gadoids, which have a swim bladder, and also the clupeids and herring and sprats. So using this classification. I'm rushing too much. Using this classification and combining with the ADCP data that we have, this is a very preliminary result as well, but I think it's quite interesting just to show the evolution of the fish quantity of those three categories with the time, because you can see here represented, it's just the variation of the velocity of the tidal speed. So you can see the difference in the tide phase, and we can represent it over the velocities that were extracted from the ADCP. So I used the data provided by Julien Wiscott, so I plotted on top of those the quantity of fish for those three categories, and you can see the evolution through times, but also through the tidal cycle when the amplitude of velocities increase or decrease. And that's an interesting way to just look at events, maybe where you have the increasing quantity of fish, just like here at the beginning of autumn. And so I just wanted to show the possibilities we have using acoustic data and the potential with discriminating different species and fish, but also looking at how the quantity of those different species evolve through time and through the variation of the molecular properties. And so my conclusion was just to say that using those multi-frequency equipment, we were able to classify a little bit species to assess roughly their those three categories, but also this provides valuable insights on fish behavior, assessing also the tidal phase and other environmental parameters that we measure through other instruments. Those results will be complemented by the 2024 data, and also we'll be increasing the number of moorings. We've been studying the wind wake so far, but the tidal wake was added on the 2024 data. And we also have glider data that will complement this data and provide a bit more information so far. So thank you so much for listening for my talk. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them or talk later at the poster session. Okay.
Thank you, Julian. Can I invite all of the speakers up to the armchairs for the panel discussion? And while they're doing that, if you could all have a good think about questions you'd like to ask our panelists on their talks, and that's also to you online. If you've got any questions, please put them in the Q&A, and we'll pick those up. Okay, any questions for our speakers? At the back there. Oh, I thought it was the lady there on the ground floor. Sorry, I thought this. Apologies. Oh, you do have a hand up. Yes, you. Yeah. Sorry. It's quite hard to see. I apologise. People online, you won't know what's going on here. The people on the front can't see the room terribly well, but bear with us. Apologies, please.
Thank you. It's suitable for you, So my question for Emma, just in your first slide, you had a schematic showing about the degradation of the environment and a wedge that was about climate change and a wedge that was the contribution from offshore wind. And I just wondered if those sketches, the sort of size of them, are proportional to what expectations or evidence suggest, or if they are more indicative, or just a little bit more arbitrary, because your offshore wind one is bigger than the climate change one.
Okay, the dangers of schematics. That's a good message for us all. Was there a question over here?
Thanks. Josh Roberts from Harry University on the ECOWind project. I have a question for Olivia. I just wanted the classical surveys, what area that was covering, whether it was within wind farms and what scale, sort of moving away from wind farms, from students, some of those, AIM24 and stock on wind farms, that you're going to be able to look at sort of contrasting inside and outside with those kind of large scale changes.
Okay, yes, apologies to those online. We've still got one or two acoustic issues, so the speakers will repeat the question. Yes, please.
Hello.
So probably because it was early in the morning, so in that class, I'm not a specialist of the species in that area, but they do leave the bottom early in the morning too. Yeah, that's it's really specific that actually it was 15 minutes of early morning.
Thank you.
Question here, and then the lady behind.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. HMC also on the ECOWind champion team. Question for Olivia. Sounds like you've got all the data collected in the one place, which is really great, and really will be excited to see what comes out of your analysis. It's a shame that you've not got more right now, but I'm curious about what type of analysis you're going to be running there. So you're going to have a seabird density there. You're going to have a fish density there, and then some sedimentary variables on the seabed. And I know right or wrong answer, I'm just curious as to what you're going to do to analyze or to try and create a relationship or look for patterns in a relationship.
So the question was about how I'm going to analyze all the data we have in the accelerated workforce 3, which involves fish, seabirds, and sediment variables. Basically, that's what I do in the thing. We're thinking
Yeah, carry on.
we're thinking of trying to do kind of path analysis actually, but it's not haven't yet actually shown anything today just because it will take quite a while to sort out exactly what model structure we would use. But yeah, if you have some ideas, I'm sure let's do it.
The room full of very clever people here.
It's quite a simple question, but yeah, yeah, I'm not sure how we just not.
I wondered if I could follow up actually on that topic before going to the other question, which was about the links between your work and some of the talks before the break. So yours was the sort of, what I sense was the baseline situation of understanding these links. Will accelerate factor in the changes that may occur as a result of offshore wind and the link to some of the work you're doing?
It's partly in this room together because there's also data sets as well as like modeling predictions and things that we can make.
Okay, great. Did you still have a question there?
I was wondering about diversity, and I have a question for you regarding compensation. Are you working with legislation currently and engaging with policymakers around your work involving strategic compensation?
Is that a question for me?
Yes, as ECOWind itself is, and I might defer to Francis to answer the question because he's the one that's working on that aspect of it.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Emma, absolutely. Yeah, because Emma and Vladimir were focused on this third objective of ECOWIND. The compensatory is a different objective, but very much so. So we're working closely with actually north and south of the border on how they're collating effectiveness. And we've done, in fact, we've got a couple of posters on compensation, which I'd encourage you to come and I'll be standing in front of one, and Kate Searle, who's over there in the stripy top, will be standing in front of the other, and we can give you lots of information. And if we're not standing, the thing about standing by posters is sometimes people drift towards cups of coffee and sandwiches. If not, hopefully you can recognize us and just come and find us, and we'll drag us to our posters and we can go into the detail. But the short answer is yes. Oh, we've got lots of, so we'll go at the back and then over here and then Beth.
Okay, I'm not just interested to know how all this academic work is being cross-referenced with the work of the NGOs, the ISPP, British Trust for Ornithology, the Wildlife Trust and so on, who don't appear, but are obviously also very actively engaged and perhaps more politically active.
So that's a very good question. I just wonder if that's a good question for this group, because it's a much bigger picture question than perhaps the postdocs are working on directly. Does anyone particularly want to answer that? Not really, but it's a great question. If you're here tomorrow with the policy day, or if you want to talk to the PIs of the projects in coffee, that's probably the forum to do that. Sorry, I hope that's okay for now. And it was over here. You have a question?
As a presentation from the AIM24, the Marine Biological Association, and the University of Plymouth. I have a question for Judy. I was just wondering with the global studies and having sort of, I think, 12 agencies in the ECOFlow, just wondering if you sampled any of the fish schools and manufacturing models to get more confidence in the species.
So the question is if we sampled the fish we see now in the ECOFlow on the cruise, and the answer is no. So there's no validation of the data, but I think there is enough surveying in this area so that there's a lot of literature on how fish, on how they respond to different frequency. So yeah, so hopefully we can skip that phase and have at least relative information that is not maybe as accurate as if we had a sample, but that's also a quick way and maybe less expensive to access the species in the water column. That's it.
Great, thanks. Beth, if you wouldn't mind just holding that because we've got an online question. Great, thanks. Paul.
Wonderful.
First of all, from Dick and Howard, consulting, question for Julie. Is there any issues for EIA if data is only collected at one time or during one phase of the tidal cycle? What is the order of magnitude difference?
I don't know if I understood the question, sorry. The data is collected continuously. So we have continuous data on the mornings with the ADCP burst and the EcoSounder burst alternate. And so I'm not sure I understood the question.
I think we've got it. Okay. I think the fact that you're covering all of the different conditions means that you're able to give a representative contribution to EIA rather than some studies which may only study a proportion of conditions and then other conditions that they're not able to talk to. So that's the answer. Thanks, I think. Anyway, the second one online.
It's from Carl Davies. In the summer of 2024, there were plenty of background readily caught within 20 to 30 yards of most turbines in Untitled. However, very few, if any, were caught further away from the turbines within the farm. It appeared that the turbines concentrated background shoals, presumably due to something to its feed. So, in turn, does that farm make the mackerel population in the area more vulnerable to top predators? For example, seals and cormorants and fishermen that were the turbines in Untitled.
I missed the very start. Who was that to?
It wasn't to panel in general.
Right. Anyone want to have a go at that? Can you do a slightly shorter version of it?
I think I heard. I think the speaker of the questioner was giving an example that they'd observed where there was a concentration of fish near a structure, and the question was whether that would potentially make those fish more vulnerable to higher predators. And that's one of the key questions I think that ECOWind in general is addressing. So the big questions people have are, yes, we see these aggregations. Is there an increase in productivity? Are there more fish? Or is it a concentration? So they're coming from other areas and into a new area. And then how does the presence of the wind farms plus that change in prey fields affect the opportunities for the higher predators? So I don't think anyone's probably got any definitive answers on that yet. But it's definitely something that's being addressed by, I think, all of the projects in some ways.
Great, thank you, Emma. Beth, do you want to do your question now?
Thank you. This is for seeing those graphs of salt lines decrease down to almost nothing. Every time I see climate change aspects, it just, my heart leaps and wrong. And really curious that you're modeling. Maybe you're using the old work going forward in projections. For zoolines, is it more circulation that is the problem, or is it more the primary productivity? I understand this is the primary productivity, but for the copepods, which of those or which combination of what percentage is of which? Because it makes a lot of, recent mass discussions, a lot of people are modeling what's going to happen to the physics in these places, and especially for wind farms. And which aspect is it circulation, is it primary production?
I think it's difficult to answer that question yet. I think there's a lot of things that we need to disentangle in these results. So, as I said, the results that I showed are primarily driven by these really big changes in circulation, but not all the climate projections show the same level of that. And also there's some caveats. So with the modelling, which obviously I didn't have time to go into fully, this is one aspect of the zooplankton. It's the aspect that we think is of most importance for the forage fish, but we haven't explicitly modelled adaptation to climate change, the influx of different species, so that there may be some other component of the zooplankton. That's not total zooplankton that we're seeing in those declines. There may be other aspects that might increase or replace, and we don't know whether those will be suitable for And also nobody quite knows yet what aspect of it most strongly affects the zooplankton. So obviously phytoplankton and zooplankton must be tightly coupled. But is it total primary production? Is it shifts in the size structure of the phytoplankton? Is it increasing links in the food chains? So these are aspects that we're trying to disentangle as part of this project.
Just to add to that, of course, we're talking about a very complex multivariate interplay, which is quite difficult to disentangle. We are looking at specific aspects of it, and Emma has covered it, but I'd like to link to, the first session today, Accelerate and Bower, for instance, and your own question about turbokinetic energy dissipation. I think there are aspects, which might actually complicate the story and so far are beyond what we actually consider. That's why it is actually important to operate and think across the different projects, the different work packages as well. For instance, Chris has shown how the bed forms move. Clearly, what has been shown, the turbulent kinetic energy dissipation actually goes up because of the structures being put there. To me, that immediately rings a bell. What's happening with suspended particulates in the water? If the suspended particulates go up, surely that affects light penetration. If it affects light penetration, surely we should have signal on phytoplankton. If we do get decrease in phytoplankton, how that would transfer to higher trophic levels. However, on top of that, of course, we are taking energy out of the system. Which effect would predominate? I don't know. Is it going to be mass by tidal excursion going back and forth? We don't know either. And so basically, there are a lot of things out there, and we are kind of looking at a good part of it, but there is a lot more. And that's precisely what we need to cooperate, on across different projects.
Right, thanks. Any more questions? Oh, at the back. Yeah, if you say it and we'll repeat it. Right. Oh, there you go.
Just thinking about this productivity aspect and the times of the it's echoing this thing. I think there's some fascinating stuff coming out of this, but it also raises the question in my mind about what's going on within the wind farms, because obviously the plankton data is coming from contingent plankton recorder. We know that there's a lot of colonization going on within the wind turbines area, the whole wind farm. And studies in other neighbouring countries are looking at that, looking at primary production in there. So I think there's an argument here that maybe it's not that the plankton can disappear, but there may be some possible compensatory measures in terms of the ecosystem within the wind farm. And the reason I'm raising this is all these studies that are done by the whole ECOWind program have done some fantastic methodologies. And if you also look at the OLEC program, which has got lots of work in it, and programs in other neighbouring countries, we need to get into the wind farms to get some data to help us explain or at least reduce the variability and increase our confidence in some of the interpretation. So it's kind of a call that we do need to be working within the wind farms, and how we allow that to happen is going to be really important, because certainly for the planting dynamics, that could be a really important element that needs to be put in. I'm not saying we can do that, but it's something that those in the room who are thinking forward, that's what we should be doing. But there are other projects in other countries and also in the UK that you could feed into our growth model.
Thanks very much. So that, to summarise, that was a commentary on the importance of factoring in changes within wind farms to plankton communities. Any of the panelists want to comment on how the projects are contributing to that? Just to explain for those in the room, the microphones in the roving mics aren't working quite so well, which is why we're needing to try to repeat questions from these microphones that are working better.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And I know that as part of many of the projects that is happening. In our own project, we have Heriot universities developing unmanned small vehicles that can go very close and within to collect data, simultaneous data on fish and seabirds at the same time. We could do something similar with plankton. I think that would be really important.
So thank you for that. We're just coming towards the end of our time. One final question from the room or online? Okay, yeah, we've got it at the back there. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll follow up on this comment. Sorry, I'm part of the greenhouse part of the Glacier project and the ECOFlow project. We also need to be aware that the models that we're building on the understand around the lack of that data and suspension do not necessarily allow us to interrogate those plankton community dynamics and functional types. So again, more work is needed not just in the measurement, but in providing better capability in the modeling. And there's a massive amount of work there to actually change the move us to that next generation capability. That I don't think it is, please correct me if I'm wrong, in the Olympic program.
So that just to try to summarize as best I can, a comment to say that there's a great deal of machinery we still need in the modeling, but also some measurement to parameterize those models, and that ECOWind is making progress, but more to be done. Perhaps ECOFlow will also be contributing to that. But do the panel want to add to that, or are we happy to close? Everyone looks like they want a break. Okay, but thank you for that final comment. It's time's up for this session, and I assume we're moving seamlessly to the next one, which is led by Martin. But just to say thank you and a round of applause, please, to all of our speakers.
Thank you, Francis, and welcome to the next session, which is strategic monitoring and innovative data collection approaches. So I have the challenge that I know I'm the only person standing between you and lunch, so hopefully we can keep to time and get everyone there on time. So this session really is about having the right data and at the right time, and answering some of the strategic questions that have been put to us as a consortium of projects. And in this session, we're going to get a taste of some of those innovations that are happening across all of the projects. So we've heard this morning, Colin reminded us about the complexities of the environment we're working in. It's a degraded habitat. We've got some pressures that potentially are something to be concerned about, generated by offshore wind. But at the same time, we've got lots of other anthropogenic activity within that space. And then we've got the natural directional change of the system. And then, of course, that's been exacerbated, or at least moderated, or modified rather, by climate forcing. So some of those, that suite of variables are going to have positive effects, some negative effects, but all of them have the potential to interact with offshore wind. So, one of the challenges is to separate confounding variables from one another, so we can understand what the role of offshore wind is having within that set. So there are some new innovative approaches. We've already heard some new techniques, some new statistical or modelling techniques, and also we're about to hear about some new advances in the use of technology and ways of operating. There's also a challenge to establish mechanistic understanding. So as some of the questions from the audience have already alluded to, it's one thing having those observations, and of course they're of paramount importance. but also to kind of understand some mechanistic approaches. And as we've already heard again from many speakers, there's some innovative experimental approaches that are taking place alongside that. All this is all about it really is what does a response look like? And we heard earlier this morning, we had conversations about whether organisms being there is enough. We need to look at what they're doing, their roles, how they reproduce, whether they're affected by growth, whether there's sublethal effects, and so on. So there's a need for new information. And some of those are related to species interactions rather than just their presence or absence and what they're doing functionally, but also we need to look at that in terms of temporal and spatial scales. So if I could ask the speakers to come up onto the stage. Where are they? There's some here, maybe take a seat for a moment. We have 4 talks this morning. The first one is a double talk, so I'll introduce that to you in a moment. So the first minute will be a 10-minute talk, and then we've got 3 5-minute talks, and then we'll continue with the same format in terms of we'll have time to take questions. So the first talk is from Michaela Dynamicos and Rory O'Hara-Murray. So both Michaela and Rory are physical oceanographers from a systems modelling group. And they use simulations to predict change and look at how all of these aspects will modify the environment. So if I can, yeah. I was going to go first. Okay.
Thank you, Martin. Hello, everyone. I'm Rory O'Hara-Murray. I work at the Marine Directorate of the Scottish Government, and I'm presenting on behalf of everyone in the work package 1 of Pelagio, that's really focusing on what the impacts of offshore wind might be on the water column, both the physical and the biogeochemical. So this is an overview of our shelf seas. In the spring, when the sun shines, less tidal mixed regions become stratified with warmer waters in the surface. And this seasonal stratification provides the perfect conditions for phytoplankton to thrive and to bloom in the spring months. And shelf seas cover only 7% of our globe, and yet they provide up to 30% of productivity. So they really punch above their weight in this respect, and they're really important areas for primary productivity. So to date, wind farms have been installed in shallower, permanently mixed regions. Such as this over here, where the tides really dominate and they're well mixed. But the next phase of offshore wind development will be in much deeper waters, where our shelf seas become stratified in summer months. And floating foundations are likely to be used in these areas. So shelf seas are typically mixed or stirred by the wind, tide, and waves, as well as by natural turbulence. But there's growing evidence that suggests that structures in the marine environment could enhance mixing. And there's really 2 main mechanisms for this. The first is the structures themselves causing drag and turbulence behind them. And the second is a wind speed deficit or acceleration due to the actual turbines themselves taking energy or changing the energy in the atmosphere. And this doesn't really change anything in shallow, well-mixed areas that are already well-mixed by the tide. But in deeper stratified regions, you could change the mixing and you could change nutrient pathways. So offshore wind farms could change mixing, and mixing controls stratifications. And we know stratification is seasonal, but this can also be intermittently controlled by the spring tide cycle, for example. So subsea chlorophyll maxima occur in the thermocline, and changes in the thermocline could lead to changes in primary productivity, which could cascade up through the trophic levels and affect higher trophic levels like top predators. So Pelagio has conducted fieldwork over 2 seasons, over 2 years, 2023 and 2024, to the east of the Seagreen wind farm site. And this figure shows the area, and it shows a CTD transect with the red dots and where gliders undulated up and down. So each year we deployed 2 gliders that measured continuously through the water column various properties of the water column. We conducted CTD surveys as well as fishery echo sounder surveys and seabird surveys from our boat. And we also deployed moorings in the vicinity of the wind farm. So the mooring deployments, they're really designed to study across these spatial scales from very local scale, close to the turbines in the near field of the turbines, to the regional scale. So in 2023, we deployed 3 moorings in 4 locations. So we moved this mooring here that was initially 500 meters from a turbine to just 50 meters of a turbine. And we moved it from being downwind to the east of the site to down tide, just very close to the site as well, to study that impact of that sort of tidal signal from the turbine. We also had 2 moorings in the far field, or much further away from the wind farm to the east of the wind farm. And then this year we went back and did the same again. We deployed 5 moorings this time, 3 within the wind farm itself, in the sort of 500 meter sort of zone near field, and then 2 further away. So all these moorings had seabed frames, upward looking, with either an ADCP or an echo sounder on board, or both. And only one of them had a surface presence, and this was a temperature chain measuring temperature through the water column. Unfortunately, this mooring got damaged in both years, and this year we lost it completely, and it was found at this point in the North Sea a few months after deployment. So that was most likely due to collisions with surface vessels. We did manage to get some useful data from the temperature chain in the first year, and this slide presents some work from that. We only got the lower half of the water column though, and this figure shows temperature on the y-axis against time, and it shows how when we first deployed the mooring, it was well mixed. And then we've overlaid sea surface temperature from satellite on here, which is the blue line. So you can see how very quickly after we deployed it, the water became stratified. And the temperature from the temperature chain here is shown with the colours. So you can see the temperature difference between surface and bottom. So the water's become stratified. Overlay that with temperature. Now the colour shows the temperature. You can see initially it's weakly stratified, and we've got the sea surface temperature at the top here. So as you march through the summer, it's becoming more stratified, and the thermocline is deepening. The surface mix layer is increasing such that here in August, our temperature change is starting to pick up the lower portion of that thermocline. Finally, presenting some of the work from the glider. The gliders undulated up and down to the east of the wind farm site here, and this data shows some of the data: temperature, shear, chlorophyll maxima, and dissolved oxygen. And you can see a period in the summer here we had a real enhanced productivity close to the thermocline. We'll pass over to Michaela to talk about modelling.
Yeah. So far we have seen the observations that we have collected during Pelagio. I will talk about models because we cannot measure what is going to happen in the future, but we can use measurements to have better models to be able be able to predict what is going to happen in the future. So in Pelagio we have 3 different models covering 3 different scales: the local scale of the single wind turbine, the regional scale of the field of force, where we are collecting observations, and the shelf-wide scale. And there are 3 posters from William, Arianna, and Jenny that you can go and look later on. In Pelagio, we have worked on building 2 model parameterizations that we are using in our models. One to represent the wind wake effect, that is the wind speed reduction in the wake of an offshore wind farm, and then a parameterization to reproduce the structure drag and mixing of the underwater structure. So the increasing turbulence that we are going to see underwater due to the presence of the wind farm. And we are validating this parameterization using the data that we have collected in 2023 and 2024 that Rory was showing before. So with these parameterizations are used into a set of models. We have another dynamic model that is called ECOWind, a turbulence model that is called GOTEM. And in these models, we are adding this parameterization. So we are able to see how the physical environment is going to change, which means how the currents are going to change, how the temperature and salinity are going to change, how the turbulence is going to change. And this information is going to be transferred to another model, which is a biogeochemical model, which is called ERTSM. And with this biogeochemical model, we are going to be able to understand how the nutrients distribution, the phytoplankton, the zooplankton are going to react to these changes in the physical environment. So overall, we're going to be able to say how the primary productivity, the dissolved oxygen, chlorophyll A are going to change due to the presence of the offshore wind farms. These are just some preliminary results. For example, this is how the biogeochemistry is going to change due to the wind wake effects, so the wind speed reduction in the wake of the shore wind farm. And these are some changes in chlorophyll A distribution during pre-bloom, during the bloom and post-bloom. But more information about this is in the poster of Arianna. And then these are, again, some preliminary results on how the drag and of the structure and the mixing that is induced by the presence of the structure is going to affect the stratification in the North Sea. So the North Sea is a seasonally stratified sea, which means that during winter is completely mixed, but during summer is stratified. If we add something like an offshore wind farm, the offshore wind farm can perturbate the stratification. And in this case, we can see that there is a decrease of the stratification close to the wind farm. Of course, this is just one wind farm, but we are going to validate this with the observations that we have taken during the field work in Pelagio. And this is a preliminary validation that Rory has done with the regional model. And we can see that in this case, in May, that is when we collected the observations, the effect of the wind farm is not very big, but then during summer, when the water is actually stratified, the effect is larger. But what we want to know is how those changes are going to compare with the natural variability of the system, because stratification can change from one year to another. And also we want to understand how these changes compare with climate change. So what we want to do is to run some simulations where we have a large-scale expansion of offshore wind farms, for example, everywhere in the North Sea, and then we want to understand how the changes that are going to see compare with present conditions and with future conditions. So we're just to put the changes that we are seeing in context. So yeah. Over time, so if you have any questions later, I can answer.
Thank you, Michaela. And apologies, I forgot to mention that you two were from the Pelagio project, so that was my error at the start, so sorry. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Joshua Lawrence, who's from Heriot Watt. He's works a lot with uncrewed surface vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and in the last session we had a question about how do we get up close and personal with monopowers and so on, so maybe Joshua will be able to provide some insights, and Joshua's from the ECOWind project. Thank you, Joshua.
Thanks, Martin. Hi, everyone. Yeah, as Martin said, my name is Joshua Lawrence from Heriot Watt University. Work at the Lyell Centre, and I'm part of the ECOWind project. And the brief talk I'm giving today is just how we're addressing some of the challenges of sampling in and around offshore wind farms and how we're applying some marine autonomous systems. So as has already been mentioned, the overall goal of ECOWind is understanding the cumulative impacts of offshore wind farms on seabirds and the wider ecosystem, or one of the goals at least. And this bit of work plans to contribute to that by quantifying fish distributions in and around offshore wind farms. And that will then be related, or will then relate those fish data to data on seabird distributions. But how are we going to count the fish? We're going to use a scientific echo sounder, which has already been mentioned today. But just to get everyone up to speed, the basics of echo sounder fish counting. You've got a sonar on a vessel which projects sound down into the water column that reflects off surfaces and objects in the water, and it's then able to quantify those echoes. And in the case of fish, we understand how much sound they reflect, so we can quantify fish based on the strength of those echoes. Traditional vessels have some drawbacks though. They are large, which in and around wind farms can give them navigational constraints. They're risky. There's a lot of accidents at sea for personnel. There's risks to infrastructure and to other vessels. They're very expensive to own and operate, and they have a relatively large carbon footprint. So we're going to use alternative vessels to overcome some of those challenges. The first of these is a USV, an uncrewed surface vessel. And our model is that we'll have that chugging along on the surface, counting fish, while we have concurrent aeroplane surveys using video data to count those seabed distributions. The benefits of the USV are that it's small, it's about 4.5 meters by 2 meters. It's safe, especially to the personnel on board, as there are none. It's low carbon, it's cheaper than a larger research vessel. However, there is still a problem, and I've called it here the acoustic view. And this is that the transducer, the sonar, is below the surface by a distance, and the first bit of the acoustic beam is actually unusable data. So the top on our vessel, about 5 meters, goes unsampled, and that's important. The way that we're dealing with this is we're using an AUV, and surprise, surprise, I've also got a poster which goes into a lot more detail about the AUV. But that's our sort of overall data collection model. The things that we need the USV to do are mostly driven by our survey requirements. So we need it to be relatively long range. This is our survey area, so out from the Firth of Forth, east of Edinburgh. We've got 2 wind farms. There's NNG in the bottom left and Seagreen in the top right. And we'll be running transects through both of those wind farms. That 20-mile limit is important for regulations. That's that red line. But it's also important for the communications we need. The vessel, it's not actually autonomous, it's remotely piloted in real time. So we need good communications working well over the horizon. And for our surveys, we need an echo sounder. At the start of the project, we had a bare bones vessel which floated, and that was a significant positive. It was only run by batteries, had a single forward-facing camera, and it had limited communications, and also it had no echo sounder. A lot of the work that's happened in the project so far is improving all of those things. So now, luckily, it still floats with all of the equipment we've added to it, but it has a diesel generator, which increases the range enormously. It has 360-degree cameras. It has stable over-the-horizon communications using Starlink, as well as a couple of backup systems. And it now has an echo sounder, which is mounted on a drop keel, which improves the data quality as in bad weather. The recent developments, we had some sea trials last month where we took the USV over to the west coast of Scotland to Millport, and that was the first data collection we had with the new echo sounder, and we were really relieved to see we've got some really good high quality data. Seen a couple of echograms already today, but here's an example of the data we collected with the USV. And this is essentially a horizontal slice through the water column. You've got depth on the y-axis and distance on the x-axis. And this color scale is the strength of the echoes that we're recording. So that strong red line along here is the seabed. And then down in the deeper water, we've got some fish schools. We've had issues with noise and bad quality data on other USVs we've worked with previously. So anyone who knows echograms will know that this looks like good high quality data. Anyone who doesn't know echograms can take my word for it. Also during those trials, all of the communications and control systems were operational, and we were really happy with all the work that's gone on with the USV. So to just round off the future plans, we've got a few additional developments. So we're going to add a VHF for vessel to vessel communication, and a bigger fuel tank to extend the range. And then we're basically working on preparation for our surveys that we'll be doing over the winter. So we're getting MCA certified, and we've already started liaising with the offshore wind farm operators about getting inside and getting close to the turbines. As has been mentioned, there's a need for that data. And then the plan is that data collection will start in April and run through the whole summer season and possibly into 2026. And that's it. Yeah, so any questions at the end, and come and see the poster. Joshua. So we're going to move now to Joanna Zempeluk, who's from the University of Southampton. Joanna is associated with the Tony Davies High Voltage Lab, and her speciality is looking at high voltage submarine cables, and in particular kind of modelling and the simulation of those. So Joanna's going to tell us about some of the experimental setups within the Barry project.
Just trying to see if this works. Okay, so as we already established, I'm an electrical engineer, so kind of please treat me as such. I'm going to be speaking mostly about, well, cables, as you'll see in a moment. So to start off, the question that we're all asking ourselves is how the offshore infrastructure impacts marine animals. But in this talk and in the work that I'm going to present, we're going to mostly be focusing on high voltage submarine cables and their interactions with animals. So this talk is going to be divided into 3 parts because we have 3 posters, and all of them are kind of, big pieces of work. So we're going to start with the modeling of the EMFs, so the electromagnetic fields produced by high voltage submarine cables. Then we're going to talk about the meta-analysis of the EMF experiments conducted so far. And then we're going to talk about SCAMPI, which is the experimental approach to experiments including EMFs. So the first bit is the modeling of EMFs. And what is the problem? What are the problems with the existing approaches, right? So on the left here, we have multiple approaches, which often require specialist software, often use a lot of computational power, computational cost. They're not super universal because you have to have a lot of prior knowledge to be able to operate them. So that's some of the problems. On the right here, we have analytical approaches, which, as you can see, look a little bit nasty and kind of scary. So if you're someone that doesn't, again, have a lot of strong mathematical background, it can be a little bit hard to calculate the EMFs yourself. And if you do it in a simplified way, then you can actually result in a solution that's not accurate. So what we do instead is try to make your life a little bit easier by implementing the analytical solutions into an app, into a MATLAB and Python code that will basically be universal in the sense that you just have to put the cable parameters in and you can calculate DMS from any kind of cable that you wish. And if you don't even have that, we can provide you with typical examples of cables that are used in the industry. So if you want to conduct an experiment as a marine biologist, you can just use that as a guideline for DMS that you should use in your experiment. So that brings me to the meta-analysis, which is mainly Professor Justin Dix and his work. So it's on analyzing what we have currently in the literature in terms of the EMF experiments. So the factors included in the meta-analysis are magnetic and electric field strengths, the duration of exposure in the experiments, the nature of the source, so whether it's AC or DC, the species type, and the life stage. So what's also important is that these results are compared with what already presented in the previous slide. So they're compared with actual calculations from the cables, and then once we establish that, we can essentially design experiments to conduct the actual EMF experiments on animals. So this is an example of a result from the literature review, from the meta-analysis. And the most important thing is bringing it back to what's realistic, what realistically animals will be exposed to, how close they're going to be to the cable, and if there's going to be any impact. The literature review also highlights that there's a slight bias towards behavioral responses that are analyzed, and there's not a lot of physiology that's being analyzed in experiments. So that's another interesting part that you can look at. There's a lot of stuff in there. I encourage everyone to talk to Justin and look at the poster. So the final thing is SCAMPI, which stands for Synthetic Cable for the Assessment of Marine Power Impacts, which is a catchy name for a device that aims to recreate DMFs typical for high voltage submarine cable systems. And by that, I mean the magnitude, the distribution, and the vector orientation of the magnetic and electric fields that they produce, so that we can have an experiment that realistically models the cables. So the way that we have designed and created Scampi was first through modeling and design using numerical softwares. So as you can see, both 2D and 3D models were constructed to basically obtain magnetic and electric fields from the device. After we had that, we could proceed to testing, and by testing, I mean making sure that the device itself does not introduce additional stresses to the experiments. Stresses like noise, stresses like thermal, like increase of the temperature. We also measured if the EMFs that it produces are in agreement with the EMFs that we calculated using console, using numerical softwares. And on top of that, we also are considering, in the AC experiments, we're considering induced electric fields, which have not been looked at in the previous literature. So we have been looking at the experiments a little bit more broadly than has been done in the literature so far. So that has been a lot. So thank you. If you have more questions, then obviously at the end, and thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Joanna. So our final talk of this session is Tim Smythe from Plymouth Marine Laboratory. He's been investigating various approaches to forecast impacts of infrastructure ranging from a single turbine up into kind of an entire region. And Tim's here from the Pelagio project. So, thank you.
Thank you, Martin. So I'd first of all like to thank my co-authors who have done all the work, so Julianne Wiscott in particular, and the NIRDAS team. So Rory's already shown this excellent schematic from Robert Dorrell's paper that was a couple of years ago. So if you imagine the area up to the left of the wind farm there, that's where we've got the undisrupted state, so the natural state, and then either whichever way you want to look at it, downstream or upwind or downwind, that's where the system has been disrupted by the presence of the wind farm. And what we're actually looking for with remote sensing, with Earth observation, we're actually looking for this smoking gun of evidence that offshore wind infrastructure disrupts the marine ecosystem. So what sorts of things are we going to look at? Things like sea surface chlorophyll that you can determine from space, sea surface temperature. And the thing which is giving us most traction at the moment is synthetic aperture radar, which we're able to look at the wind speed changes as you go through the wind farm. So very quickly over chlorophyll and the sea surface temperature, because what we found here from our long-term time series, so we've got, with ocean color, we've got about 30 years worth of time series now that we are able to look at anomalies over. We're particularly looking at the sea green site in the Firth of Forth. And what we found is that the spatial resolution is too coarse with the current generation of satellites in the regions that we're looking in as well, because the temporal resolution is too coarse because of cloudiness, etc. The coverage is very much too patchy because of cloudiness, and also that the natural spatiotemporal variability is way too high. So I'm going to skip over these slides quite quickly. So just to tell you that these are the different evidence streams that we've looked at. And at the moment, we're finding that the current generations of satellites, around about 300 to 1 kilometer resolution data, is too coarse to be able to see the impact of the wind farms. So now moving to synthetic aperture radar. So the first thing, synthetic aperture radar actually looks at the sea surface roughness, and from that sea surface roughness, you can determine the wind speed. So first question is, do we trust SAR to give us accurate wind retrievals? And it's a unanimous yes. I've got the evidence below in those plots, which I'm quickly flashing over. And actually, what do the data look like? So let's see what the data look like in the vicinity of the sea green site. So we've got two images here, and you can look at very high resolution with SAR, and it's an active form of remote sensing rather, which penetrates through clouds. So we're no longer got that issue with clouds. And also the resolution is from 10 meters up to 30 meter resolution. And if you imagine when the wind blows through the wind farm, it's like running a comb through the system. And you can see these wonderful streaks behind the wind farms. But the strange thing that we've been finding is you would expect there to be a wind wake. So we were expecting wind reduction, but we're also finding that we're getting acceleration within the wind farm and also behind the wind farm as well. So this has actually been observed previously in the literature, and the literature is very new on this. So this is a paper by the group in Denmark. So this is Charlotte Haziger's paper, and basically we were finding it's about 50-50 as to whether or not you get wind speed up or speed or reduction or wind speed deficit within the wind farm. And that very much is a function of atmospheric stability. If you want to catch up with me in a coffee break or at lunch later, I'll go through exactly why that is. So now what we want to do to be able to quantify the impact, so turning these things from pretty pictures into actual real numbers, what we need to do is to somehow quantify the impact and look at a relative wind speed relative to the upwind relevant reference. So we've done this with the Seagreen site. So you can see in this particular instance where we've got a wind speed reduction behind the wind farm. And again, you can see the incredible detail that we can see with the synthetic aperture radar. But also now, because we've got access to some of these data, we can see where individual turbines are operational. So actually extracting energy from the system. And then we can start to look at, whether or not that deficit is linked to turbine operation. This is very much work in progress at the moment, but because of the resolution of the SAR, we can go down to 10 meters to 30 meters. We can actually see those individual turbines within the data. And we're working on how we're going to process the data going forward to actually put numbers on this. So you can actually start to see things like convergence and divergence patterns behind the wind farms, and that gives us a handle on what the added turbulence is to the system. So have we found what we're looking for? Have we found that smoking gun evidence that offshore wind farm infrastructure disrupts the marine ecosystem? Not directly, I think, is a fair answer to that question, but I think we've now got really good evidence that we can further use to quantify the impacts, particularly on that wind-driven upwelling piece. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Simon, and thank you to all the speakers this morning. If you want to just hold on there, we'll take some questions from the floor. To just remind people, for those that have joined us online, if you do have any questions, please enter them type those in, and we'll repeat those just because of the acoustics in the room to the audience, and we can flip between people in the room and outside the room. So if you, we shouldn't complain, but the sun's shining right in our eyes here, so it's quite hard to see everybody. So please do wave, make yourself known. I'm going to start off just while people are warming up with their questions. And maybe this is a question to the panel as a whole. I'm just kind of curious about how far away we are from, having the right data, and where you think we need to focus most in terms of the variables we collect. Is it spatial? Is it temporal? Is there particular areas that we need to feed into these models? Any views on that? Go ahead. So the microphone's just behind you, if you can.
I'm happy to take a first stab at that.
Thank you.
I guess one of the things we tried to measure and didn't succeed particularly well was how the temperature profile through time changed. Ideally, it'd be good to get that quite close to the wind farm everywhere, but we recognise that's pretty challenging. So we tried to do it in just one place with a temperature chain, and it got disrupted both times. And we've got some data from that, but I think it would, if we could measure one thing to try and get a grasp on how the water column is responding to a wind farm, I think temperature profile would be really useful through time. Yeah, good add to that.
Yes, so I think definitely temperature, but I think also how the productivity. I mean, that's really the question we're trying to answer, isn't it? In terms of that trophic level, at least. So I think a better handle on how we get primary productivity. I don't think there's a magic bullet, though, Martin. I think that's fair to say. Fixed point versus roving glider, you know, and whether or not your glider's in the right place at the right time. I think what the SAR data are showing us is that it's incredibly variable, you know, and whether or not you're getting that wind wake, wind acceleration behind, you know, and actually if you average it then depends on your scales of integration. You know, what do you integrate over long time scales to see whether or not there's an overall net change? You know, those are the dangers of looking at pilot studies, for example.
Yeah, sure.
If I can add to that, when we were planning the fieldwork in Pelagio, the models were not ready yet because we need the observation to feed into the models to have the models working properly. But maybe in the next phase, we can use the models to predict where we should go and collect the observations, because right now was like trying to find the needle in an haystack. But if we have some preliminary results from the models, then we can decide to go in a place where we know that we're going to see some changes. And yeah, I think this is going to be the next step potentially.
Just to add to that, I re-emphasize there's that trade-off between, but for a lot of this sampling, there's a trade-off between spatial coverage and temporal coverage. So there's the Pelagian moorings that are doing a lot better continuous time series than our USV will, although our plan is to do repeated surveys every month to sort of try and get a coverage of both temporal and spatial. But there's also a sort of an issue, maybe it's too early to say how much data we need, and it's once all of the data analysis is done. So our plan is to have, hopefully capture seasonal effects, surveying through the whole summer. And then if we can get multiple years, because if you have an unusual year and you sort of see inconsistencies, then you might need more data to work out which of your 2 years, let's say, is the typical year. But it's hard to say at the start how much data, or not at the start, 2 years in, but sort of until all of the analysis is done, it's hard to really say, do we have enough data to robustly answer the questions we're trying to?
I would just like to add on the EMF side, I feel like it's on a completely different note, because in terms of the EMFs, if we talk about empirical, you know, data actually obtained in the actual water, it is way less accurate than what we can calculate using our models. And there's a lot of inherent problems with collecting the data about EMFs in situ. So essentially, I don't think we need to do anything in terms of the data collection for EMFs, and we should just kind of invest more in the analytical approaches and calculations of what the EMFs are. Because that's possibly a more accurate approach than collecting the data in real life. So,
okay, thanks everyone. Thanks for your thoughts on that. And obviously, people around the room may be sitting on data that can help, and sharing the data is obviously would be great to do. So I'm going to start off with an online question. Can we get their first online question, please?
Our first question is from Alex Smith, who has a question for Tim. Which diffraction of the waves through the wind farm leads to formation of downwind interference patterns that might contaminate your SAR wind speed estimates?
Thank you for that excellent question, Alex. Possibly. I think what we do, so there are interesting features. So I'm not just talking to kind of deflect the question a little bit. We do see some interesting features within the SAR data, and actually we can see even from the SAR data when the motors are actually rotating. So we do know that there is disruption that's caused by the structure itself on the SAR data. But I think the evidence that we've got, that it's pretty compelling that we're seeing downwind effects, and I think that those data are real. I don't think that it's just a function of diffraction. Hopefully that's answered your question, Alex.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Okay, can I take some questions from the room? I think we'll start a bit at the back on the right-hand side, please.
Hello, Will looking from CPAS. Partly a question and partly a comment, I suppose. So the last speaker, Tim, if I remember correctly, I was struck with he was talking about finding the smoking gun for disruption of marine ecosystems. Disruption strikes me as quite a strong term. Everything we do causes change. And so there is looking at effects on marine ecosystems, and then there is disruption on marine ecosystems, which to my mind suggests a significant adverse change. So I guess the question, part of yourself and also for everyone else, is do you have a yardstick which you're using for that threshold between significant adverse disruption over just identifying change?
Thank you, Will. I mean, sorry, do I need to, no, I don't need to repeat the question. Do I need to repeat the question? I do need to repeat the question. That means I can make up what I thought the question was. Please summarize questions. So do we have a yardstick for measuring what we think is disruptive and whether or not it's adverse or just okay, we can live with it? Is that a fair reflection? Please thumbs up or thumbs down. I don't think we do, and I think that's a very fair criticism of my presentation. You know, to use the word disruptive is possibly a little bit strong. So, you know, we're looking for effects of the wind farm, be they positive or negative. Whether or not they're strong or not, I think you've got to then look back at the data. So what we were trying to do with the sea surface temperature and the chlorophyll, for example, was, as you would with any other study, you've got 30 years worth of time series. You then see whether or not that it looks significant or compared with those long-term time series. So when, for example, you look at heat waves, and now I'm kind of riffing a little bit off theme, you know, you look at something like, is it outside of the 90th centile, for example, to say whether or not there's been an event. So I think we need to start looking at the statistics of these events, looking where we've got long-term time series to see whether or not we've got a significant impact. The problem I think we're going to find in the shelf seas is that they're so dynamic and spatially heterogeneous that then trying to find those strands of evidence is quite difficult. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. So does that answer your question, Will? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Right, no, that's fine. I take criticism. That's absolutely fine.
Thank you, Tim. I think there's a question just immediately behind us to say, try not to pick questions.
CPAS. Can I just go back to the comments from Joanne at the event? Would like to disagree with the comment you made. I think this goes for all modelling. We have to validate models. We have to. And the reason I'm saying that, from a more marine biological perspective than an engineering perspective, is that when we talk about EMF varies, we know that because the models differently. All that we tend to do tends to be at the maximum power outputs with all the characteristics, you know, parameterized to that. But what we really need to think about is how the animals are perceiving this. The animals are perceiving it by how they encounter it. And if it's invariant in the environment itself, then it doesn't matter how accurate your models are, we need to know how that model is reflecting reality. Now, this is actually a please go and chat because we've currently got an open project, again, Nova is going to be a change program funded by the current state, which has got some great projects, and some of them are coming, you know, near to the end, which feed into some of the projects here, as I mentioned already. But we've been able to measure the wind farm cables for the magnetic field, because that's easier than the obviously electric. And it's important because we know with the offshore transmission operators that it doesn't blow all the time. So when I get to reality, the time series of the data. The other thing which you might want to consider is the app you're talking about. I was wondering how radical that is, because the site for B2, it's not one cable, it tends to be multiple cables. And so that's something we need to be aware of. And the other thing about the environment is that water movement creates changes to the
infrastructure field as well. So that's something that models don't tend to take account of. Thanks.
Okay, so I think 3 questions in one. Do I need to repeat again for the people online? Okay, so the first question is about the model validation in real life, and I do agree it's nice to validate models, but that does not mean that I have to go super deep, 25 meters deep into every location to validate that very kind of principle physics so applies. In terms of how the natural environment impacts the EMFs from cables, if we talk about magnetic fields, if there's no magnetic materials in the cable's vicinity, then there's no interaction, there's no problem in terms of the environment impacting the EMFs. If we talk about the third question, which was about the motion-induced electric fields from cables, it can be included in models. This is actually something that we've been working on quite extensively, so it'd be good to talk about it later because it might not be of interest of most people here. But even if we model those motion-induced electric fields, they are in the order of magnitude of 0.1 millivolts per meter for the worst case scenarios. So that is, these are not electric fields that are high magnitude, if that is something that we're concerned with. But they can absolutely be included in models, and yeah, we can talk about it later. So in terms of going back to the first question about the model validation, again, we agree that we can do that, but as long as the model includes all of the relevant components, like the fact that AC cables are twisted, or they have armor, or they have sheaths, then we're probably going to arrive at a quite accurate solution, and electrical engineers have validated those models, so it is something that is known. The second question, I don't quite remember at this point. We can definitely talk about it later. It was, quite a loaded question. I appreciate it. As in, like, loaded is like those 3 questions, and not that was tricky or anything. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Joanna. And maybe just to add from the experimental side, within Bowery, we're not just looking at the maximum values. We're looking at values below that as well, experimental. So we can.
The second question, which was about which was about modeling the maximum worst case scenarios, and I think that links very well to the meta-analysis that shows that this is very much the case in the literature, and what we bring to the table is essentially telling what the typical range of the cable is. So the fact that it's not a maximum for extended periods of time, and we can adapt the experiments in a way that will account for the fact that cables don't operate at maximum power at all times. So it is definitely something that we're looking into, and we're trying to include in the experiment as well, to not just look at the worst cases, but look at the most typical case that would apply to animals living close to those cables.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take another question from the room. Hank, would you like to? Yeah. Sorry, I mean, I've got to pick the other end of the room. And then we need someone really far at the back next.
Thank you. Thank you again, all speakers. I think in this theme, you really convey about innovative approaches and so on. My question is for all of you to some extent. It's back to the theme where we're talking about strategic monitoring as well, and it's asking you to consider about how some of the approaches that you're working on, but also the wider can be used to help around some of the challenges that we've got across all the UK around how do we assess for good environmental status. So it's really my question for all of us around the feasibility of applying some of these really high-tech great approaches, but on much wider scales that can be used to support the UK's commitment to try and reach the environmental status.
So I think some of this is about establishing what's important and what isn't important, but over to the panel to expand on that.
I'm going to start just, as I said before, using the combination of models and observations, then we are able to understand where we should go and observe something. But just to add something about models, if we have good models that are validated, then we don't need to go everywhere and measure everything. We can just use the models because they cover in space and in time. So, but they need to be properly validated.
The question was about how we can actually use things on a wider scale. So that brings me back to what was in the presentation. So a lot of the problems that we see in the high voltage cable area is that it is difficult to grasp these things analytically if you're more in marine biology, on the marine biology side. So what we're trying to do is make it as simple as possible. So all you need to know is the cable parameters or what kind of depths you're working with. So we're trying to create, you know, these tools that will be really straightforward to use by anyone with no prior knowledge. So I think that then helps with the design of experiments that proceed afterwards.
I can vouch for that. I've seen it, and even I can use it. So that's a gold star already. Go ahead.
Do you want I can sort of. Thank you. About the question about good environmental status. I think the first question is define good, and against, you know, Collins talks about, you know, we're living in a degraded system, and actually what does good look like? What does great look like? And I think we have some of the tools to look at those wide spatial areas, but I think what we also need to do is be very cognizant that some of these tools can answer some of the question, but not all of the question. So remote sensing has, you know, Earth observation has opened our eyes to, you know, the scales of variability in the ocean, the beautiful patterns in the ocean. You know, we can drill down to, you know, what the chlorophyll concentration is, but it's things like we're only really looking at the surface of the oceans. We know that the ocean is a 4-dimensional fluid that contains biology, chemistry, etc. So, you know, and those aspects actually Earth observation can't really answer that. I think it's only really in combination with using Earth observation, modeling, and in situ observations. So, for example, a good example in the deep ocean is using things like biogeochemical Argo. That's really great in the deep ocean. That takes a profile once every 10 days from 1,000 meters down up to the surface. And we're starting to be able to add on to the temperature salinity. We can look at now dissolved oxygen with increasing confidence. Now we're looking at nitrate, we're looking at pH, for example. But we're quite far behind, I think, in the shelf seas, you know, in terms of our observational strategies, because a lot of those deep ocean strategies just don't work, don't translate for various reasons. And I can talk about those at lunchtime if you wish. So I think, you know, where we need to start getting traction is actually starting to move a lot of those technologies to coastal, more shelf seas approaches, but also be very cognizant of that not any one technology is going to answer your questions about good environmental status. I think Abby McCutche's paper was very good actually in terms of starting to look at some of those identifiers, but I think we can probably do better, and Abby would be the first to acknowledge that. So I hope that's answered your question in some way.
I just to sort of blow the horn of USVs again, like we're specifically looking at echo sounders to count fish, but it's a platform that we're planning to add a lot more sensors to, and it has capacity for, you can have winches with CTD probes and other sort of sensors. And I think there is a recognition in multiple angles that sort of autonomous and small remotely controlled vessels are a real asset to collect data cheaply, safely, and low carbon footprint. For example, the MCA, the regulator, is publishing exemptions to avoid a huge amount of bureaucracy for smaller vessels like ours, where sort of until now it has to go through the same regulatory process as an up to 24-meter human-powered workboat, which is massively overkill for something the size of a jet ski. But there is that sort of recognition that they are a powerful tool that I suppose there's always going to be a need for data. Some of these indicators might be on very large scales, which don't necessarily fit for a specific wind farm site. So looking at those technologies that can either remotely sense or more cheaply and effectively get the data you need to answer the questions. I think that's really important, but that's, yeah, sort of where all this development is hopefully going.
Okay, thank you. So we have an online question. Can I take the next online question, please?
It's from Peter Miller. It's Michaela on the supply chain modelling. You showed maps and modelled the impact of offshore wind farms on stratification extent. How confident is this result, and has a change in stratification been validated with observations?
Thanks. So the question is basically if we have how much is the extent of the change in stratification that we are modeling with our models, and if we have validated that. So thanks for the question. Yeah, that's actually what we are doing in Pelagio. So we are building a model to understand the extent of the change in stratification, and we are using the observations that we have collected in 2023 and 2024 to validate our models. So this is exactly what we are doing. I don't have an answer yet, so I don't know the extent of the change in stratification yet, because we are at this stage, we are calibrating our parameterizations with the data that we are collected. So once we are sure that we are able to reproduce the temperature profiles, for example, that we have collected with our CTDs in 2023 and 2024, and the glider data as well. Once we have that, then we're going to be able to use our models in a predictive mode to be able to understand how big are going to be the changes next to the wind farms.
So just to add to that, Michaela, if you don't mind, the changes due to wind farms in the water column are likely to be quite sort of subtle and potentially quite hard to measure in situ, which is unless you do an experiment where you turn your wind farm on and you turn your wind farm off, and that's because the marine environment is naturally variable, and it's trying to unpick that variability from the signature of an offshore wind farm, and that's where models come in. You can do these experiments with models. You can turn the wind farm on, and then you can run the model again and turn the wind farm off, and understand what effect that model is having. But it is really important to validate the models and to go and take in situ measurements so you have high confidence in your models.
We've got another question. So I'll come to the right down here first, and then we'll go to the back at the middle. Thank you.
Like oil and gas installations coming from you know, the configurations are different, but nevertheless, I was just wondering, and is there actually any kind of measure to affect on stratification, for instance? You were effect on some sort of chlorophll maximum, and importantly, which if you call model combined with us actually reproduce those changes.
I don't think we have any measurements close to oil and gas infrastructure that are already there to understand what we are trying to understand are the changes in turbulence and mixing and the drag that these structures have. So I don't think we have measurements. I mean, when they put all that infrastructure, they didn't care about understanding this, basically. But it's also a problem of scale, because we are going to have, I don't know, 7,000, 10,000 turbines. And I'm not sure what's the number of the oil and gas infrastructure, but it might be another magnitude difference, if no more. So it's also a problem of scale.
Okay, thank you. And then we're just coming to the end of our time, so we will take the question from the centre rear table there, please. And if we can keep our answers brief, if that's okay, just to get us to lunch on time.
Thanks, Chris Bates. It's a very naive question, but given the huge scale of expansion of this living laboratory out there, is there scope for deploying the content of the commercial fishing needs as a part of the data collection system?
Does anybody want to comment on that?
If there's a necessary financial driver to do it, I mean, everything comes at a cost. So putting a boat out to sea for a day costs. There's a carbon cost as well as an economic cost. I mean, we, as a research organisation in Plymouth, we obviously use an old converted trawler as our research vessel. And fishing vessels have been used or are being used all the time for doing routine scientific work. So it could be an option, but I mean, it will come at a cost. I don't know what that cost is.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I suppose there's a parallel with what we're doing, counting fish versus catching fish. But a lot of the equipment, so most fishing boats have echo sounders, but they're generally not at the same specification, so you can't be quite as quantitative. That sort of it is an underused resource, but it's the utility of the data you can get, and I suppose they're not kitted out with all of the new sensors and high-tech bells and whistles that we would like, and some of those things could be portable, but then it's if you've got money to hire a vessel and there's a research vessel that's available, it doesn't have that sort of multiplier effect that the sheer number of fishing vessels. So I suppose potentially the questions that they can collect data to try and answer could be more limited.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your questions, and once again, just thank the speakers for their insightful talks and commentary. So thank you very much. So just before I let you go, so a couple of housekeeping matters. The good news is we do have lunch, and lunch is through the doors here in the poster room, which I think most people have found where the coffee was. If we could ask though, if we could get you to kind of loop around, so with everybody in there, we get a bit. There's not that much room, and there's also the opportunity to talk to people by their posters. So, if some of you who are not ready to ask questions or don't want to look at the posters straight away, could circle into here and eat your lunch in here and then go back in. We'll try and separate the room a little bit between that. That'll help with both space and the acoustics in that room. And then that concludes this morning's sessions. And if we could convene and be back here for 2 o'clock sharp, please, that would be appreciated. So thank you very much.
So this it's not the last science session. There will be a session afterwards on ECOFlow, but the last of the ECOWind sessions right now. And so I've been given the pleasure of talking about the cumulative effects. And what I've done slightly differently from everybody else, because those of you who might have been here last year, there was a comment made at the very end of the conference that said, I don't want to hear about another model. And we just presented all these incredible, wonderful overviews of these models that we love so much. And I just thought, okay, let's take that head on. Why do we need these models? Well, hopefully what you've seen from this morning, so much new data, field data, lab data, incredible amounts of information coming through. So there's always been a plan from the scientific community to provide this framework. With that amount of information, we need a framework to deal with the complexity of all this new data. And we've also got to look at not just the effects of offshore wind, but the counterfactuals of climate change that you've heard a lot about already. We've got to go all the way to cumulative population level changes, right? And we have to go on from that to ecosystem services, to net gain, to deal with all the policy issues that are out there right now that are making the decisions about consenting and compensation. So we know that. And we have known that for a long time. And there were also comments last year, you scientists are a bit late to the party. We have been knocking on the door of NERC ever since the last round in 2010 of funding for renewables. And these are the highlight topics that the group of scientists, a lot of us in the room, have been putting together. And indeed, that last one, you see,
was a highlight topic that wasn't taken up as a highlight topic, but did evolve into what is now ECOWind and to some extent ECOFlow. So to reiterate, we need the models. And there's no other way to deal with this level of complexity, to really analyze and get to cumulative efforts, to show the counterfactuals of climate change for net gain and for compensation. So I know I'm repeating myself there, but these models are not just our favorite models. We have designed these to feed this real data in from the labs. And so I'm not introducing people yet. I'm just saying what is you're going to hear then. I wanted to give you an overview of what you're going to hear in this session. From Accelerate, you're going to hear about seabed responses to climate change and offshore wind. From ECOWinds, you're going to hear about cumulative effects on seabirds of the changes to prey from offshore winds and interesting ways to look at that. And Bowie is going to talk about some cumulative ocean use, they call it. So we're really going to improve locations, ecosystem services, ecosystem functioning in different spatial locations. Hopefully, I've been told the recording for Pelagio is not working. We're going to see what we can do. I might have to do an impromptu, but that is looking at cumulative population changes using ecosystem models that deals with offshore wind, climate change, and fisheries displacement. And Bowie, another one, is going to show us all about decision support tools and really looking at cost benefit analysis under a range of scenarios and how to do that. So I hope what you see then, when you see this range of models, not only are we all trying to answer how to put all that incredible, cool new stuff together into a format that's much more understandable, but if these models actually start to tell us kind of the same thing, like they're pointing in the same directions, that is a massive, rapid speed up in our confidence that we're getting it right, that we understand what's going on. Okay, and so while you're listening to these talks, also realize what the modeling does is allows us to move to a regional level. This is going to allow us to understand things like net gain and ecosystem services at this regional level, which is much more realistic ecologically, much more realistic to actually provide. And I'd like you to consider while you're listening to all these talks, if these regional studies, moving to regional levels like this with these ecosystem models, when we can rapidly understand ecosystem effects, can we possibly move from this sort of approach to thinking about more rapid consent and compensation approaches with this new level of understanding? Okay, so what I'd like to do now then, we've got 2 longer talks and then 3 shorter talks. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with Accelerate with Connor McCarran, and he is from HR Wallingford. And he's going to talk to us about the assessment of future UKS scales and vulnerability from different environmental drivers. And I'll put your slide on. How's that? Okay, over to you. Thank
you. Okay, everybody. So, sorry, today I'm presenting on behalf of colleagues and the wider ECOWind Accelerate team. Where we look at seabed vulnerability at the UK continental shelf scale. So I suppose just to dive back to some of the discussions that we've had this morning, what do we mean by seabed vulnerability? Well, we've got tides and waves associated with storms that move across the seabed. These tides and storms move the sediment. If the seabed sediment changes, there's the potential then that there might be some impacts in terms of the benthic communities that live on the seabed and also the communities that feed on those. And looking further ahead, the installation of offshore wind farm and the infrastructure associated can also modify the seabed by potentially enhancing these effects that the tides and the waves have. So as the first part of this work, or our first work package, we wanted to look at how climate change might modify the seabed going into the future. So in terms of how we did that, we set up both a combined hydrodynamic and wave model for the whole UK continental shelf. And this model was ran for past conditions, present day conditions, but also looking into the future at mid-century and end-century conditions. So the model includes future weather projections from UKCP 18 and also sea level rise projections, so using RCP 8.5. And we try and quantify how, under these different scenarios, the stress on the seabed will change. And by stress, I mean bed shear stress. So this is just an example of some of the results. So what we're looking at is maps of seabed mobility at 1.5 kilometer resolution, which is the resolution of our UK continental shelf model. And one of the things to compare is if you look at the top two figures, so mean bed shear stress for January 2050 and mean bed shear stress for January 2090, the results look quite similar, and this is kind of analogous to that the tides are pretty predictable and they're pretty consistent in time. But then if we look between the mean January 2050 in the top left and the maximum January 2050 in the bottom left, you can see that there's areas of the western coast that start to experience a lot more bed shear stress because of the increased energy associated with those storms that are starting to come in. So we get hot spots of bed shear stress in areas where we get fast tidal flow, but we also get hot spots along west-facing coasts and also shallow water areas. So to take this a step further, what we try and do, or what we can do, is look at the transport competence of the flows and the waves. And the transport competence are essentially what is the maximum grain size that a flow can mobilize on the seabed based on the bed shear stress that it exerts. And we've got three plots here. So on the left is the transport competence for the present day. The middle is for mid-century, so January 2050. And then the right is the maximum bed shear stress for January 2050. And if we look between the first two plots on the left, there's not a massive change between present day mean bed shear stress and January 2050 mean bed shear stress, in that the grain sizes that could be moved by the flows are largely similar. And this kind of relates back to the predictability of tides. But then whenever we start to look at the max bed shear stress for January 50, we start to see that larger areas of the seabed begin to become mobilized, denoted by the change in colors relative to the left image. And what we can take from this is, if we know what the existing seabed sediment is composed of for a particular point on the UK continental shelf, if that existing day grain size falls within one of the transport grain sizes, or is smaller than the maximum grain size for that area in the future projection, that'll give us an idea of whether the seabed on that seabed sediment on that particular area is going to become mobile and whether it might change in the future. And this relates potentially back to some of the questions we had earlier on things like looking at carbon storage, or how that might change in the future. And this might be able to give us an idea of areas of vulnerability of that based on knowing where the seabed's likely to change. So in terms of the main takeaways from it, in terms of tides, we're getting rising sea levels. Our confidence in this is pretty good because sea level rise is definite. It's just the rates that remain uncertain. And this sea level rise does two things. It obviously changes the water levels that we see, but it also moves the tides about. And from what we can see in the results is the signal of the change in water level is greater than the effect that the move in tides has in terms of the bed shear stress. But generally what we're finding is that sea level rise acts to decouple the stress on the seabed. So what we're seeing in the plot here, where it's largely lighter blue colors, is a reduction on the bed shear stress on the bed. So that's what we're seeing for sea level rise. But then once we go to storms, we get a slightly different picture and a more uncertain picture. So over the future predictions, the mid-century and the end century, we're looking at a general stilling of storms, but where storms occur, they can be potentially more severe, but this is very unpredictable due to the unpredictable nature of storms. And what we're finding is that the bed shear stress that's generated by the storms can be 3 times larger than that's generated by the the tides, but the future variability in potential storminess is very, very large, and it's overwhelming any signal of future change. And we can kind of see this in the magnitude of change that we're seeing in this plot to the right, which is the difference in max bed shear stress between winter and summer. And it essentially shows you what the variability is in bed shear stress for the storms, which is much, much larger than what you've seen previously for the sea level rise slide. Okay, and then as an extra add-on output that Lucy and Julia managed to produce for us, was looking at temperature and salinity, again, looking into the future. And what we're seeing is that generally temperature is rising at the sea surface. And in well-mixed areas, this temperature at the sea surface is being propagated towards the bed. And we feel that we've got high certainty in terms of the confidence in the predictions. And what we're seeing is for the Irish Sea area specifically, temperature rise of up to 3 degrees within the Irish Sea by the end of the century. In terms of stratification, it appears to be largely unchanged in the future scenarios. But one of the things that we are seeing is by the end century, so 2100, the duration of thermal stratification is seen to be extended by about 2 weeks. So far we've talked about the environmental drivers in terms of climate change. And the next step in our work is going to be looking at how do the environmental drivers couple with the effects of having offshore wind farm infrastructure included. And how we're doing that is we have a model of the Eastern Irish Sea where we've got all of the existing and proposed offshore wind farm monopiles included in the model. And what we'll do is we'll run this model for past conditions, so with the monopiles turned off in the mesh, for present day conditions where the existing monopiles are turned on in the mesh, and then for the future conditions, so mid-century and end century with the existing and the proposed monopiles. And we're going to try and tease out how the combined effect of climate change on bed shear stress coupled with the presence of offshore wind farm infrastructure might impact the seabed or change the seabed vulnerability. And that's it from me.
Okay, and so we'll advance the next slide. Next speaker up is Oliver Ledham from CEH, who's an ecologist and a numerical modeler. Sorry, Oliver, coming up.
Hello, everyone. I'm Oliver Ledham. I'm an ecologist at the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. And I'm going to talk to you about some work that I've been doing under the ECOWind project, mapping seabird prey consumption for spatial planning. You've already heard today from a couple of other people in the project, Emma and Vladimir on climate plankton and fish, and Josh Lawrence on sampling in offshore wind farms. And I'll talk about the strand otherwise in ECOWind, where we're looking to evaluate the cumulative impacts of multiple offshore wind farms on seabirds. As many in the room will know, offshore seabirds, impacts on seabirds are a top consenting issue for offshore wind farms. And offshore wind farms can impact seabirds through a number of different mechanisms. First, directly by causing injury and mortality, by collision with wind energy infrastructure, by acting as a barrier to commuting seabirds, and by displacing seabirds from areas that they would otherwise use. And we think that these effects are particularly important during the breeding season. Seabirds are under a lot of strain during this time. They're also constrained to what we call central place foraging, where seabirds establish a nest at the colony and leave to go on foraging trips. And while they're raising chicks, they obviously necessarily have to return to that location. Also during this time, which is a very demographically important time, we know that the availability of prey it has important effects on the outcomes of seabird breeding. And so it's important to ask whether, when we're developing these very large scale installations such as an offshore wind farm, whether we're effectively increasing the pressure on breeding seabirds and their foraging requirements. Because of this, it would be useful to understand the foraging value of different areas to particular species. And to do this, we need to understand first how a couple of components: how much prey a particular species across the network, how much they take off from the sea, and also how seabirds use space at sea, and so where that prey is likely to come from. So in doing so, we're effectively mapping prey offtake or prey consumption, and we do this at the UK scale for 3 species: razorbill, guillemot, and kittiwake. And these maps correspond to the FAME study period, which is 2010 to 2014. This was a large-scale tracking study led by the RSPB during the breeding seasons of those years. So I'll first take you through the first component, which is estimating how much prey a population takes, a whole species network takes. And we first calculate this by considering the energy requirements of a single adult during this critical chick rearing period. And first including its own costs, which in terms of the costs of core activities and the time allocation to those activities. We'll also include a nominal cost to the warming of food. So when seabirds go out and intake over the course of the day loads of prey, fish prey, these are at a lower temperature than their core body temperature, and so they incur a cost to the warming of those food loads. We also include the adult's half share of chick provisioning requirements, and we adjust this for the number of chicks per nest. We next scale this daily energy requirement into up to the scale of the breeding season, which derives from how long we know each species takes to rear its chicks. And we also correct for the fact that not all energy that seabirds use during this time comes from fish prey. Seabirds typically lose mass over the course of this period, and so the metabolism of their body tissues also contributes to their energy intake or energy use. Next, we convert this seasonal realized energy intake into prey, and we use this combining information about seabird diets and sets of equations which tell us the energy density of fish of different lengths according to their class. And this gives us a sort of typical energy density of the prey of a given species. And we then scale this up to the size of the species population network to give us the total prey offtake of that species across the UK. Next, we combine that with information about how seabirds use space at sea. So in this case, a utilization distribution, which is a proportional measure of space use. And so when we combine these, we get effectively a map of prey consumption, giving us mass of prey per unit area. And then we can interrogate these maps to give us an estimate of the total prey offtake in an area of interest, so say a series of offshore wind farms. And here are the resulting maps for each of the species. You can see that they differ quite substantially in their extent and distribution. And of course, the brightness of these maps derives from the total prey per species, and you can see that they differ across the species owing to all the different information that goes into the intake model about their behavior and energetics, and as well, crucially, their population size. If we do an extraction over these maps, we can see here for a data set of offshore wind farms, this is all production, construction and planned wind farms, that the total extent of prey, the quantity of prey per species varies quite a lot from species, from 3.1% in razorbill to 6.4% in kittiwake. And this is important because if seabirds are displaced from these areas, then we may expect a corresponding reduction possibly of prey. So these numbers are effectively the prey that are perhaps at risk to seabirds in these areas. We've been developing these maps into a tool, which we're calling the Seabird Prey Mapper tool, where users will be able to select their species individually or collectively, and the user can then input spatial polygons of their interest. So here I've just done a couple of illustrative polygons here of different arrangements and locations, so scenario A and B. And then the tool will retrieve the quantities of prey in absolute and proportional terms, and say if scenario A here corresponds to an illustrative 20 tons of prey, this would be 0.8% of their total prey, and 50 tons to 2% in scenario B for kittiwake. And the absolute values will also come with uncertainty, as we've got a probabilistic framework to estimate these values. And we hope that this tool will assist in the very complex job of making spatial planning decisions by indicating the foraging value of particular areas to species. Just in summary, I've shown that estimating the population or species network scale prey consumption involves a complex array of different types of information, including demography, behavior, diet, and energetics. And we've been collating all these together, and we're planning to publish these via the Environmental Information Data Center. I don't know whether that is visible very well there, but yes, that will be coming in the coming months. And we're also developing this into a paper. The Seabird Prey Mapper tool, we hope, will be useful to indicate the foraging value of particular spatial areas to species. In the context of offshore wind farms, this may interpret this as being the prey intake that is at risk if seabirds are displaced from these areas and cannot otherwise replace that prey. And conversely, the tool may be used to indicate the potential value of areas for protective measures, such as the extension of marine protected areas. And this tool we hope to make available publicly via GitHub in the near future. Finally, thank you to all of the data collectors and collaborators, and please go and see the ECOWIND's posters that we have up, because we've only got talks on a couple of strands, and there's more going on besides, including compensation measures and so on. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we're going to move on to Tom Williams, and he's coming from the Bowie project and going to talk to you about cumulative ocean use.
Thank you, Beth. So this presentation is going to give an overview of ocean use. And what I mean by ocean use is it will work for me. It seems to have frozen. Okay, ooh, it's gone everywhere. Bear with me 1 second. I think it's frozen, but I'll carry on anyway. So ocean use is just the range of human influences on the marine environment. And there are 10 key categories that we kind of look at in this presentation. And that is fishing, shipping, MPAs, oil and gas, heritage sites, power cables, and a few more. And here we go. And essentially what we found is, if we look at the spatial extent of all these ocean use categories coined within this ocean use term, we have geospatial data that is down to a 10 kilometer square grid resolution. And in 2020, over 99% of the UK exclusive economic zone has been exposed to at least one of these categories. And this includes all locations which have been leased for new offshore wind sites. If we take a temporal outlook from the 21st century onwards, where there is available data, some of these categories have remained stable, but others have increased. And that kind of reflects how society is shifting in terms of utilizing marine resources. So that's what I mean by ocean use. In terms of its relationship to ecology, we need to understand ocean use because as it expands, there'll be a greater exposure to marine ecosystems, and that'll have implications for biodiversity conservation and sustainable resource management. How can we do this? Well, one of the things we can look at is ecosystem processes, which are related to biodiversity, and they hold implications for a multitude of ecosystem functions and the services that society is reliant on. The study focus here is on biotubation, and biotubation, for better words, is just the way that organisms on the seafloor rework the seafloor, and it has implications for a range of ecosystem functions. And there were two main questions for this study. One was, how does this ocean use correlate with biotubation? And what are the different combinations of these different categories that have increased or decreased biotubation across the UK EEZ? So the first thing I'm going to focus on is that primary question. And I'm going to use a term called ocean use richness. And what I mean by this is just the kind of intensity or the busyness of ocean uses within a 10-kilometer square grid. The first thing that kind of showcases here is that there are strong non-linear trends. So there is a general decline in biotubation, which is on the y-axis, under low levels of ocean use richness. But this stabilizes or sometimes reverses under high richness, and that trend is variable over habitats, but also with time. So despite the overall trend being evident here, this doesn't pinpoint the combination of those categories, which kind of showcase whether it goes up or down, whether biotubation goes up or down. So I've shown rock, mud, and sand habitats here. For the purpose of time, I'm now just going to focus on mud habitats to look at ocean use diversity. And what I mean by diversity is that variety and the combination of those different drivers. And I'll explain this graph because it's quite complicated. Essentially, on the top is the biotubation across different ocean use combinations from the left-hand side, where they occur in isolation within a 10-kilometer square grid, all the way to up to 7 different combinations that's found in mud habitats. The symbols and the error bars are just the mean and the standard area of the data of biotubation, which is shown in the grey behind them. And then the horizontal lines are the maximum and minimum biotubation data we have in grid squares where there is no ocean use at all in mud habitats. The bar graphs are just the frequency of those categories independently, and then also on the bottom, the frequency of each of those combinations, and that's over time. The key finding for me is that this variability in biotubation, but also a reduction in data availability, data gets reduced, but also increase in variation as we move into more complicated combinations of categories. Most common combinations are either 2 or 3 in mud habitats, but we can expect this to increase, and this is shown in the bar graphs as we go down. We get into more recent year groups as we go into more complicated combinations. One observation that I see here is that if we look at if we look at this value here, that combination of drivers are restricted use zones. So that most positive the highest biotubation found here is for power cables, heritage, MPAs, and military zones. What this highlights, as it's quite complicated, is there is a need to investigate the collective drivers rather than just independently to capture the full complexity of human usage on the marine environment. So I'll just leave on some take-home messages for you. So what I've shown here is the kind of what and how. So based off biotubation, based off this metric, benthic ecosystems are changing with this expansion and increase in ocean use. Under low richness levels, ocean use richness levels, it's consistent effects, but the variability in outcomes increases as we increase in ocean use richness or busyness across different habitats, and then increase in diversity, the way in which we utilize the marine environment. This kind of leads into 2 research needs. One is we need more mechanistic cause and effect investigations. We've seen quite a few presentations that have done this experimentally. We're also doing this in Maui. We've looked at the effect of sound from shipping and offshore wind farms. And then we also need a consensus from the scientific community on the weight of those drivers. Not all of those drivers are going to have the same effect. MPAs are not going to have the same effect as fishing, for example, but that depends on the ecosystem metric that we choose to investigate. Both of these are then critical for reducing ecological disruption, improving marine spatial planning, and both of those are then will increase the drive towards net gain. Thank you for listening.
Now we come up to an issue. We're supposed to have a recorded talk, and I'm just going to check. It cannot be played. Is that correct, Paul? No, it can't be played. Okay, so since it's from the Pelagio project, I'm going to try and give it in 5 minutes, since I should know this. Okay, so apologies to Netta Trifonova, who is the postdoc in this project who has put this work together. And as you see, there's quite a few of us working on this, especially the PML group as well. So we're really trying to understand cumulative effects, and we're trying to understand ecosystem level changes across, as you saw from the work from Michaela and Rory this morning, we're going to go to the whole shelf wide. So we're going in our ecosystem models from regional to shelf wide. We're using this Bayesian ecosystem model, which is a machine learning model. And what it allows us to do is provide confidence and tell us what the risk levels then are in trade-offs. And we can look at real population cumulative effects. We can also go all the way to economic effects, which we'll show you in this talk. So we're just going to give an example then of the fishing issues. What's going to happen when we change fishing? So what you're seeing in this complicated slide is that this is our regional area in the Firth of Forth, and we're looking at all the wind farms that are going to go in, the MPAs that are there, and the difference between floating, there's a few floating farms there, and static. And what we're showing with these symbols start first with the sun up here, that's bottom temperature. This little hat thing is primary production, or sorry, PEA, stratification. And then where we have red here, that's our chlorophyll, our net PP. Red means it's going to go down. Green means it's going to go up because it's complicated and we don't know. So we're running this climate change scenario, but we're also then running alongside that climate change scenario, we're going to run the fact that there's no fishing where you see orange. And we're taking out both the catch and the landings. And so that's why we're showing you this little orange square here, is because that's the percentage of the catch then that's coming out of this area. Now, how we got to this point is we've run some workshops with directly with the fishing industry for quite a while, and then Ørsted kindly gave us their offices last February, and we ran a workshop showing how this ecosystem model works to this huge range of people. I'm sure hopefully some are in the room here today, with the fishing industry, with a lot of government people, and also with renewables developers. And we also ran a questionnaire that is now being submitted for publication. So briefly, just understand this part, and then all the rest is clear, I hope. So what I'm showing up here on this side, once you run the model, we're running the model for 33 years with real data. The blue line is the real data. It's the real recruitment of cod over those 33 years. This learning machine approach says that what are the variables that are actually going up or down when the cod recruitment goes up and down? And what happens after 33 years of running this? What we see is these three things here: the mixed layer depth, maximum chlorophyll, and the landings of demersal fish are the things that can explain, and that's the black line. And it does a bloody good job considering there's no population dynamics whatsoever in this model. And so what we can then do with this kind of thing is we can take scenarios. And so here's the scenarios again, showing you the red and the green, meaning bad plankton, good plankton outcomes. And so we run the model again for 33 years, and green is the difference in recruitment then when we had good plankton with all the other extra climate change of increasing temperatures and stratification, and red is taking down 10% plankton. So what happens? What's interesting about all that complication? What you can do then is you can very simply add up the difference between the blue line and the green or the red, and that's what these bars are. They're an average of those now 25 years, because we need to run up the model for a bit. And that's what you're looking at here now, is the change from baseline of fish recruitment on this side and all these species, and on this side with all the fish species. And it's kind of what you'd expect with climate change you know, a lot of things are going to go down, but what it's showing you is that mostly plankton is playing a big role here. When we get good plankton, i.e. wind farms are increasing plankton rather than decreasing plankton, we get mostly increases in breeding success. But some species, razorbills, very strange, doing some very strange things. And species like sprat don't seem to be changing. But then when you look at the indicators, none of those indicators are anything we're changing. So this is sort of a toy model where we're just looking at this type of change with climate change. Now, let's add fishing displacement to that climate change. And what you should immediately see now, so now we're looking at the effect of taking all that fishing out. You see, again, there's differences between good years or good plankton, bad plankton, but the big thing to take away from all this is that all the changes are positive, meaning fishing has a huge effect. And like we say, we're working with the fishing industry on this. They have seen these outcomes. But what we can do, the last point here is what we can do is take this onward and look at what that means when we look at net gain or economics. So what we're looking at here in terms of net gain is for our kittiwake, just one example here, just the climate change is telling us that they're not going to do well with climate change. And even if we increase plankton, they're not going to do well. When we put our fishing scenario in, they might do a bit better. And they do better in a world that had more plankton than less. And then we can go over and actually, then this is work with Steve Watson, who's here, looking at then how do we actually calculate up to changes in economics. And what this is showing us is, again, just climate change. What you see is that there is going to be some changes with cod. But when you change the fishing, of course, there's going to be much less increase in landings. So sorry about that. Netta would have done it much better. And I'll move on to the next speaker. Okay, so for our final speaker in this session, we have Antonia Nazarova. I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. And yeah, there she is. Okay, off you go.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for introduction. Today, I'm going to present what we are working in our team at research at University of East Anglia. Okay. In Module 4 of BOE project, we develop and apply a decision support procedure using a balance sheet approach. This is a process and a set of tools that is designed to guide policymakers and provide a framework for project appraisal. And it consists of 3 components. And the first component focuses on the strategic level analysis of the project, where we collect the data in order to support the decision makers to decide on long-term priorities and goals. And it mainly uses conventional cost-benefit analysis. The second stage, or second balance sheet, focuses on regional analysis of the project, and it assesses local impacts, including non-monetary ones. And at this stage, we can use such tools like case studies, distributional analysis, and choice experiment, for example. And the third and last one is trade-off negotiation, where we identify the preferences of stakeholders using such tools, for example, as participatory workshops or trade-off analysis. We start with cost-benefit analysis, and where we estimate cost and benefits for project lifecycle. And we estimate cost and benefits for all the stages. We use the data set for 35 offshore wind farms currently operating in the UK waters. And financial costs are estimated as a function of offshore wind farm characteristics and the allocation. The obtained predictors we use to estimate the hypothetical offshore wind farm, hypothetical project, and then aggregate data we can map using GIS tool on financial cost layer. And also we extend our cost benefit analysis, estimating values for ecosystem services using ecosystem services valuation tools. Again, we use our data set that currently contains 67 studies, and it contains the precise measures for ecosystem services values. It's about over 300 precise measures. And here, for example, you can see carbon valuation tool, where we estimate the cost of carbon released or sequestered because of offshore wind farm development at different stages of project life cycle. And this is a function of, unfortunately, you can see. Okay, it's sedimentary suspension, site area, organic carbon stock, and years of operation for offshore wind farm. And again, we can calculate aggregate data, and then we can map it using GIS tools at the level of grid. Grid is 10 square kilometers. And we conduct cost-benefit analysis using two scenarios. They're like extreme or polar scenarios. And they distinguish in terms of mostly drivers, if it is like cost minimization, if there is expansion of marine protected areas, and if fisheries will be displaced or not. And here is an example of, for example, if we would like to, if we are considering some particular location of offshore wind farm, we can think about financial cost, we can think about how much will it cost in terms of ecosystem services values. And here on the first picture, you can see that if we place, for example, offshore wind farm, it might be costly, but in terms of, let's say, carbon valuation, it might be less costly. So, and here it is important to apply all these analysis, which is mentioned in the third step. It is a trade-off analysis, it is a scenario analysis, it is final goal of decision makers. So what we are worrying about, like saving biodiversity or cost minimization or net gain. And finally, what I presented today, this cost-benefit analysis and extended cost-benefit analysis is based only on literature review at the moment. So we will integrate the data which we will obtain from previous modules, and so probably we will get a bit different results. So this is the next steps, integration of the scientific data to our decision support system. Finalizing ecosystem evaluation tools, because we just have only two for nutrient cycling and for carbon sequestration. And also we are going to run choice experiments soon in order to get more results from this choice experiment in terms of trade-off and ecosystem services values. That's it. Thank you.
So we have a decent amount of time for questions. I know you just had a lot of information thrown at you. So I'll let you start adjusting to anything, and I'll ask Paul if there's any questions online at all coming in. And yes, go ahead then. Go.
The comments presentation from Alejandro Gallego asks, how does the present day max bed stress compare with the max future scenario? We compared mean present day to mean and max future.
Yes.
So I believe the question was, how does future max bed shear stress compare with present day max bed shear stress? Is that right? Okay. So we are seeing, from what I understand, from the results, we are seeing an increase in the max bed shear stress going from max present day to max future, but it's not quite as big, from what I understand, as the difference between max storm for one time period against the min bed shear stress. So I think there's a change in the bed shear stress, but it's within the variability of the kind of the storm variability. So it's that signal's been dominated by the storm variability.
Okay, well, I'll let you keep going because I've got a quick question there for you while I'm waiting for the audience. Is industry, in your knowledge, is industry aware of the factors that you've been looking at? Have you had any chance in working with Katrina and Co? And since you work for a company, do you know if the industry is aware?
So speaking from my day-to-day work, I know that there's a requirement from our clients and industry to understand how things will look in the future. So whenever we're doing this type of modeling in the future, there will be a climate scenario factored in there as some of the testing that we do to make sure that what we're testing is tested for what may happen. In terms of industry understanding or knowing what we've done as part of the Accelerate project and the results that we've shown, we've definitely been shouting about our results and yeah, trying to bring them to an audience like yourselves where we can promote what we're finding.
That's great. That's great. So do we have? Oh, I have a question here.
Hello, it's really interesting modeling work there, and I do lots of hydrodynamics and all the biological and risk modeling stuff I don't understand, so this question might be wrong. Preface it with that. But
sorry, who are you asking to?
Oh, anyone do modeling work which is like 10 to 15 kilometers, which is at least 2 presentations.
Okay.
Thank you. But we saw a presentation earlier today, the satellite stuff, showing that they can find the trend at 1.5 kilometers. Is that about right? And you need to find scale data to show the one effects. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm just saying, for those people online who didn't hear the last 2 minutes, we're talking about the effective scale and what level of scale your data must be at. Yeah.
I guess is that percentage involved? Can you actually pick up farm effects in that into potentially sort of 10th of the scale data but not showing data? And that's the question.
I guess the best case scenario is, sorry, have you managed to repeat the question?
Yeah, repeat
Is there a discrepancy of having 10 kilometers square grid a good enough resolution to kind of study the effects ecology wise? And the answer is for something that I was showing in terms of having all these different drivers, that was the best resolution possible to have to study them all together, right? Obviously, having a better resolution would be nicer, but in terms of doing something where you want to integrate offshore wind with all these other things of how we're utilizing the marine environment, it's the best case scenario. Obviously, more data and high resolution is better, but for something like bioturbation, where we have data to that within these grids over a long time periods as well, it's the best we could do at this point in time. But yeah, I assure you, obviously, we'd like to look at a much lower resolution or higher resolution.
Okay. Question over here.
was lovely to see your AIM application. That's a great thing. I noticed that the tracking data that you used to see that model is from the AIM project, which represents quite a narrow time frame cycle. And I just wondered if you had any plans to sort of try and break out that temporal restriction that you have that in that model. And I'm thinking particularly about the periods that we tend to forget about that are really important, like pre-reading and even extending to not. So maybe there's different ways to
Yeah, I think that, yes, sorry, I was asked whether there will be any divergence from the FAME period for these maps, which was 2010 to 2014, and about sort of non-breeding season mapping. I'll do the second one first. That's not really within the remit of this work. We are looking at how seabirds will use space at sea during the non-breeding season. We've got a big project on that coming up that's just sort of ramping up now, but it's not in this project. Yeah, that's something that is generally not very well understood. In terms of diverging from that period, no, we're sort of considering that period for the purpose of this tool to be a sort of baseline. In theory, you could do it with you know, sort of as we develop more sort of across the seascape, we might expect those distribution patterns to change. That's going to be a question for maybe 10 years down the line. I don't know. Thank you.
Any questions online, Paul? Yep. Okay, go for it.
Yes, a question from Charlotte Johnson. From the seabird prey availability, from the seabird prey offtake models, are you able to estimate the variability or reliability of the areas mapped over time periods?
The latter part of that question is, I think I've kind of addressed in the previous, but in terms of estimating the quantities in the first component, the intake model, we've, as I alluded to, we have uncertainty in those estimates. I didn't present any today just because of time constraints. But yes, we have a framework where the parameters that determine those numbers that come out of the intake model, we have a probabilistic framework where we basically sample through those and give us upper and lower intervals for those. In terms of varying space use, you know, those proportional maps of space, those don't have an uncertainty element. Those are a fixed, or we consider them fixed space use maps, which are derived from tracking data. And also because it's such a large scale, it's also a predictive model. The methods that went into those for that particular study are quite sophisticated and complicated that I can't really relay those in enough time, but hopefully that's covered most of those points. Yeah.
Anything else online, Paul? No. Okay, we got a question here.
Thanks, thanks, Kenny. All speakers. Ken van Rijn, I've got a question from Anna. Yeah. The balance sheet approach, I think, is very interesting. I think there are a lot of people who work with decision making will be very interested in what comes out of your cost-benefit trade-off analysis and approaches. I'm wondering, are you involving government stakeholders in this particular process? And if not, do you think there will be a way of doing that, or do you see value in incorporating real life decision making with experience in that area to sit alongside you while you go through this exciting new balance sheet approach?
Sorry, could you please repeat the second part?
Sure. I'm involved with stakeholders in your decision-making project.
Okay. Should I repeat? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. In for our decision support system and balance sheet approach, do we involve any governmental decision making? At the moment, we are considering what we are going to do, because really trade-off probably it is the most complicated part, and we are thinking about participatory workshops or something with potential stakeholders, maybe like in Neda's work, like fishermen's, and yes, it would be great, but it's not organized yet. But this is the way how it's ideally how we're going to do it. But we will try to tackle trade-off analysis in our choice experiment that we're going to run. So it will be for I think Irish Sea and east of Anglia, and it will be questions introduced such like what would you like, what would you prefer, for example, to install offshore wind farm, or to just save like some particular species or something, so save the biodiversity and whatever. So yes, we will tackle first in our choice experiment, and yes, we are considering it, but we haven't settled it yet. But yes, it is the ideal way to do it. Thank you.
Okay. So while I'm waiting for more audience, oh, one at the back there, sorry, yes. Want to get my.
Thank you for the fantastic talks this afternoon and this morning. I'm Sean, I'm from the Marine Management Organisation. My question is for Thomas, I think. So you showed that as you have more ocean uses occurring in the same space, that affects the bioactivation. Have you done any comparison of like if you have two uses occurring in the same space, is that more kind of, what's the difference between that versus those two uses occurring in different spaces? If that makes sense?
Thank you. So the question was, as I showed different combinations of ocean use categories, have I looked at actually the difference between where categories occur versus where they don't occur in combination, and have I looked at that difference as a metric? The answer is not right now. One of the things we want to do next is where we have participation, for example, over multiple years, we want to look at the difference in time when those drivers have occurred there over the same time, and see if there's been an increase or decrease. That's the next point. Obviously, I had to show that graph of the combination matrix quite quickly, so there's not, the more you look at it, the more complicated it gets. You can derive what you want to find out from that graph, but as of this point in time and as of the presentation, no, we haven't looked at that yet. Thank you for the question.
Very good question. Okay, Paul, anything else online? No. Question down here then, Francis.
Oh, it's Francis Jones for Connor. It's an ignorance of physics question in the biologists. So you talk about uncertainty surrounding storm effects. And I wondered if you could just, at sort of undergraduate level, pitched undergraduate level, explain sort of at what scale do you physicists understand fundamentally, and then it becomes a question of measurement error, or are there fundamental processes you don't understand too?
Thanks. So the question came from Francis, talking about, or asking about the uncertainty that we discussed about storms, and at what scale do we look at that uncertainty? And so I suppose the uncertainty that I'm getting, that I was trying to highlight, wasn't necessarily the uncertainty in terms of measurement or uncertainty in terms of what we predict that happens as a result of that storm, but more so highlighting the point that the future climate scenarios, so like, for example, sea level rise, it's certain, it's very predictable, and there's a small result. Whenever it gets to the storms, the scenarios that we've run are based on future climate projections, and we're less clear whether that signal and storminess is definite, and we're less clear of when those storms will happen. So it's more about the timing of the storms and whether they'll happen rather than the magnitude of their effects whenever we talk about the uncertainty.
Very cool. We have an online question.
We do from an anonymous attendee. It's quite long and complex, so no information. I'm going to summarize it and send the rest over. The simplest part of the question is, will the models maps be available for use either commercially or publicly?
Ah, I see. Okay, yeah, so that's a nice general question.
I think that's for me, and I couldn't really hear what that was, sorry.
He's asking, sorry, I'll say it here. I think it's a complex question, he said, but what it's mainly asking is whether these models will be available to commercial use after we're done, after we're finished making them.
I assume, given the use of the word maps, that was for me. Yeah. Yes, the tool that we're developing is going to be publicly available for download as an R package, probably via GitHub, and we hope that that will be out probably quite soon in the new year, some sort of vague timescale like that. They will be, the tool will let you interrogate those maps and withdraw quantities within those spatial areas that the user inputs.
Anybody else?
I suppose. I'm sorry. From the shelf scale and the telemac modeling side of things, so yeah, the scenarios that we run, the outputs from those will be made available, from what I understand, certainly for the telemac model, but I believe so as well too for the UK shelf model, which people then can readily use to do their own analysis or future projections.
Thank you. Yeah, the same here really. Once published, it will be open access, so the maps can be available.
Yes, in the end, yes, we aim to create models that will be interactive as well. So it will be an interactive tool where you can change the financial indicators, for example, or stakeholder scores. They just put on some particular indicator. So yes, it will be as well published.
And I could say that for the Pelagian models, the Bayesian models are published online. You can download code, and absolutely everything that we do will be published and made available. We know that most people don't want to become an ecosystem modeler, but we'll make everything as usable as possible in terms of outputs. We've already had discussions with a lot of groups on what ecosystem model output should look like within databases like Medin and the Crown Estate. So I know we're going to run out of time, but I'm going to have a break. Just want people to think about this, not necessarily answer it. And I know it 3 out of 4, most of the models you've put up are static models. They don't have, but not Connor, sorry. They don't have things, the dynamic nature of what's happening in the world and what's happening over different seasons and different years and stuff. And I just wondered, just to think about that, whether models need to have that amount of dynamic changes in them. And yeah, we'll just quickly do that and then we'll go for break.
Yeah, just really quickly. Yes, for the purpose of the tool, as is going to be, it's as I said earlier, it's a baseline essentially. In the wider context, we're writing this up as a paper where we do look at what it would be like to do this, apply this method that I described annually, and to show that essentially what we describe at the scale of the UK species network level is less appropriate at the scale of, say, a single population or colony. And I won't say too much more about that, but we are doing that for the paper.
Quick comments and then we'll.
Yes, we have a temporal integration into our investigation, but it's constrained to a year. But as I kind of iterated in the other answer, we're constrained by the amount of data available. So as we get more data, then we'll be able to look at temporal dynamics.
And our cost benefit analysis include like hypothetical offshore wind farm life cycle of 25 years. So basically we're just applying discount rate and rate of discount. And so it's intertemporal, let's say.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so I want to say we're going to now take a 15-minute break and we'll be back here at 15:30 to hear about the ECOFlow projects, but I just want to thank all of our speakers.
So welcome to the last session of the day and welcome to everyone online as well. My name is Rachel Mills. I'm the OEC program lead, so the Offshore Wind Evidence and Change program lead. Now that program has come up a couple of times today, so I'm just going to say a couple of things about it, just for those of you in the room that aren't aware of it. It is an evidence and research program, and it's been funded by the Crown Estate. It's 4 years in. It's a £50 million investment, so it's a big program, and we're 2/3 committed at this stage. So we've had a very intense period of funding over the first 3 years, and we've just come through our midterm evaluation. We're supported by a fairly large group, actually, of stakeholders, and they steer the program, and this is quite key, I think, and we'll come on to that in the rest of my introduction, from government, from NGOs, from regulators, from statutory advisors as well. Very key to the program and very key at steering it. In this session today is about the ECOFlow projects. I was asked to just explain why OEC has chosen to fund those projects and put some funding into them. I think to kick off, we've got 3 speakers today. So Matt Palmer to talk about ECOFlow, Stephen Vautier, sorry if I pronounce that wrong, to talk about Frontline, Justin Dix and Mark Moore to talk about eSuites as well. So I was asked to explain in these few minutes before I bring those speakers up onto the stage why OEC had funded ECOFlow. I'd like to talk a tiny bit about my background, and I'm not going off topic here, and I'm not going to use up the whole of the time talking about my background, but I started my career in government, and I started my career in offshore wind nearly 20 years ago in the Marine and Fisheries Agency and in the offshore renewable licensing team. So in that first couple of years when I started, I was approached by a developer representative who was looking to discuss a prototype floating foundation. I'm not going to lie, I was very skeptical at the time, and I had other people in the room that were also incredibly skeptical at the time, partly because that developer wouldn't discuss what the foundation looked like or what the parameters of it was. But I think we're now 20 years later, we're now looking at commercial deployment. That's such a huge change in that period of time. However, I'm still working in offshore wind, and over that 20-year period, I'm still finding I'm involved in conversations around impact that we were having 20 years ago. And that's a long period of time to have been collecting data, doing research. I just feel like we should have we should have shifted the dial quite a lot on some of those key questions, some of which you've heard about today. So I'll pause there. That's just a little bit of context. I think in terms of the ECOFlow program itself, there's some 3 key outcomes of the program for OEC in particular. It's looking to enhance understanding of ecosystem responses to the cumulative pressures of large-scale deployment of floating offshore wind. It's going to provide a sound evidence base to inform policy and marine management responses in support of government ambitions in the Celtic Sea and the North Sea's Scottish waters.
and develop long-term relationships between researchers, government, and the flow industry. So they're really, really critical to the programme itself. And I just want to finish really, before I bring the first speaker up onto the stage, we're in a time of acceleration in the offshore wind sector, and a big acceleration I've seen, particularly over the last year. We've seen the ambition from the government now with a pledge to quadruple offshore wind power production in the UK. And I don't think anyone's under the illusion that this comes with potential consequences. And I was at a meeting fairly recently where I was challenged on the fact that actually not all this research is going to throw open rosy picture. What do we do in that situation? We can't have that expectation. And I don't think anyone has that expectation. I think we need to know what those consequences look like so we can start working on solutions much sooner than when projects actually hit the consenting timeline. So my last point to say, and it's not just relevant to the ECOFlow projects, it's relevant to everything that we've heard today, is that it's really about affecting change and having an impact. And that's really challenging. And I'm learning that. I'm quite new to the OEC programme, and I've come in and we've just, as of today, got 28 projects on the go, live projects. And we're really focusing in on delivering impact. And that's really hard, actually working with the organisations, decision makers, industry, to make sure that change happens is actually really tough. And we need to get them in the room and talking together. So I just wanted to say at the end that webinars, reports, papers are fantastic. And there's a lot of fantastic science in the room today, but actually driving change needs to be delivered at an organisational level, and it needs to be in collaboration. We need to bring the right people into the room to have that debate about how do we turn this into practical tools that can really help decision makers. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to bring up our first speaker. So Matt Palmer, if you would like to come up on the stage to present on the ECOFlow project.
Hey, thanks, Rachel. Hello, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Matthew Palmer. I'm actually already involved with the ECOWind programme. I'm part of the Pelagio project. I co-lead the WP1, which we've heard quite a bit about already today. So I'm pleased to say there's quite a lot of follow through from that, and a lot of the team members that you can see up there of the ECOFlow programme are already embedded within this programme, are very aware of it and working on similar working in similar environments. So there's quite a few partners there. I'll come on to show the cluster of sort of other organisations and projects that brings into this project, which frankly is an extremely, ECOFlow is an incredibly ambitious programme. I know many people in this were bidding for proposals in that, and it was a real challenge to try and squeeze, as much as we could in the demands that NERC and Crown Estate were putting on us, largely coming out of the, the incredible outcomes from the ECOWind programme. That the more we, every time we go and look at a problem, we find 3 more, right? So I'm hoping that this very large team, an extremely experienced team, can help start moving us towards that. But we won't do it alone. We will certainly need the help of the people in this room, the data that sits within this, the knowledge, the tools, and everything else that we've been hearing about already. I'm pleased to say that ECOFlow already brings together quite a large part of this, like I say, direct links into the Pelagio programme, but also bringing on board other projects such as iFlow, APIX, which is plankton imaging classification. I'll come on and say a little bit in a moment, but also bringing in other tools and suites of tools from things like the MSpace programme, UK-funded ORI's tool, and the SuperGen ORI that many of you are connected to. And then brings in also some new partnerships directly through the project itself. So we are focused on the Celtic Sea particularly, and that's helping to accelerate that floating offshore wind consenting process and in the Celtic Sea. And we're dealing with this, I won't go through all of this text, but really on a multi-scale approach. So looking at within the flow farms themselves, that local scale impact on everything through to mixing plankton and beyond, into the regional scale, orders of hundreds of kilometres. Again, we've been hearing quite a bit of where we can get to already from work being done already that we've seen today. and all the way up to large-scale shelf-wide scales, because of course it's not worth just focusing on the Celtic Sea, but we need to know how can we transfer the tools and knowledge that we develop in this program and others, and then transport those into the other regions, not just in UK shelf, of course. And also over the long term, we want to see, we've been hearing quite a bit today about how those, the impacts of offshore wind, whether they be positive, negative, or whatever they might be, also interacts with other large changes and pressures going on, not least climate change. So again, I won't go into this. This is just showing some of the density of the work packages going on in the project. I really just wanted to pull out the very early stages of that, which is very much around building this program around co-development, co-delivery. If I've not spoken to you, if you are a stakeholder in this and you are even just interested, please come and speak to me while I'm here or reach out, and please encourage your colleagues to do so. We will be starting off with stakeholder engagement, again, trying to help with the coordination champions team to ensure that we don't, we talked a lot last week about the Crown Estate about stakeholder saturation. And I think we need to be quite wary of that. But again, we're also seeing quite high demands from stakeholders as well. So we need to be really clear what we're trying to deliver here and ensuring that it's the right fit. So to start with, a large part of our project, and a lot of those names you saw on the first slide, are around the models. And that's bringing together a whole, it's not really just better models, but model suites. So bringing together the state-of-the-art capability and everything from how we model turbine blades all the way through to the different structures that we'll see in the water. Of course, floating offshore wind will bring different structures. We see a few demonstrators in fairly nearshore sites, coastal sites currently, but realistically, I don't need to tell many of you, but the scale at which these new turbines will be and the scale of the farms themselves will be another order of magnitude. So we need to bring the best available modelling, and a lot of that's coming through this sort of supergen community, so largely EPSRC funded. So I'm pleased to say that brings together those supergen and the sort of NERC communities in that space through to farm scale, building on some of those parameterizations that Michaela and Rory were talking about earlier on in their nice presentation. So we're already a step towards being able to parameterize how farms interact with the ocean, how they're interacting with ecosystems. We want to go a number of steps further with that, improving the capability there. And I think a key thing here is coupling those, the atmospheric and ocean components of that. And I think that's an area where we've not spent enough energy in the past. We often hear about the in-water impact, because I think largely with fixed, that's where most of the impact is. We are now looking at much larger turbines, much bigger blades with much smaller or different, at least, structures within water. And I think particularly also leaning on the Celtic Sea, we're going to be looking at near-surface floating structures rather than these long spar types. And that will have a very different impact to some of the demonstrators that we're already seeing in action. And then all the way through to those sort of shelf scale and decadal scale. So a key part of our project is also working hand in hand with the Met Office. They're not a funded partner, but they've invested in our project to the order of £1 million of cost in kind to ensure that we get the climate scale modelling. And then they're looking at embedding our models then into their operational capability. And then, of course, linking that through into all the observational evidence and science that we can pull into the oceanographic work that we'll be doing through the project. We will also, and those of you who know me are not too surprised, that we'll be developing some new shiny yellow toys. And so, excuse me. So to try and break some of these complex pictures down. So we've already had a nice presentation today about using fisheries acoustics within autonomous surface vehicles. Again, we'll be leaning on that work, and actually to address one of the questions that came from the audience around validation there, using eDNA autosamplers alongside those acoustic methods to try and help start constraining some of that information into evidence. Let's have the conversation outside about what you can do with eDNA data. That might be a long question from the audience later. And then linking that also to some ongoing work that we're already doing. Again, another nice question in the audience earlier about plankton community dynamics or population dynamics. We're building this around our APIX program, which is Autonomous Plankton Imaging Classification System, which is using these really cool cameras, the IFCBs and PI-10s. CFAS are using these, we're using these down in PML, others are using them, so that we can get these real-time, really dense images of plankton over a variety of different sizes, bringing in the AI classification of that so we can start really building the better models and feeding that into the available models that we have available to us. And then there'll be a long 2 or 3 year program of R&D to then try and deliver these tools to a demonstration in the Celtic Sea. And then last but not by no means least, we're building on some wonderful tools that are coming through. We've had some really nice work being demonstrated from Neda Trevenova, Beth, and Beth who presented that really nicely earlier on. Those of you who've been around the Sustainable Management of Marine Resources program, no doubt will be aware of the MSpace tool, and of course the ORIS tool developed by Steve Watson and his team under UKIRC funding. So again, bringing together this whole different suites of decision support tools to ensure that the evidence that we're gathering, the knowledge that we're building, and the tools that we have fit into the policy requirements that many of the stakeholders require. And again, I won't repeat, but these are stolen from Neda's slides already, so you've seen these this morning, or this afternoon rather. And the MSpace ORIS tools, actually a further development that we're doing is actually integrating these tools, or coupling these tools if you like. And I think the real advantage there, it allows us to take that more shelf-wide perspective or system perspective into more of a marine spatial planning component. So allowing us to hopefully provide marine spatial planning evidence to developers to understand how small changes to future offshore wind might actually make big differences to ecosystem and environmental systems. And then last but very much, bringing it back to my own interests, I suppose, is then we'll be building this around a standards-based data architecture. We've had, I know it's embedded within a lot of what people have been presenting, but I haven't yet heard it talked about today, but ensuring that everything we have here is standards-based and recognizable to all of the communities that need to access these data, ensuring that it's built around accessible portals such as the Marine Data Exchange, building on those MEDIN standards that many of us use. And so again, there's a whole package of work around that. And that's me with 10 seconds to spare.
Thanks, Matt. And if I could ask Stephen Fautier to come up on the stage to talk about Frontline. And apologies if I've mispronounced your name.
Hi, folks. Well done for making it to this stage in the afternoon. I just wanted to start off by saying, firstly, thank you for whoever it was that was very kind enough to decide to support our proposal to the ECOFlow project. And this is very much a kind of different perspective from what we've heard over the course of today, in terms of the fact that a lot of the ECOWind projects are very much delivering. They're starting to kind of get to the business end of their research and their innovation. But of course, this is at the other end of things. So this might seem a little bit broad brush, but hopefully this is going to give you a flavour for what's to come and what we hope to do as part of Frontline. And Frontline is all about understanding the impacts of floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea, but also with a particular focus on ocean fronts and biodiversity. Several of my colleagues are online, but I'm joined by Lillian Lieber here today from the MBA, but we've also got colleagues from Heriot-Watt University, HIDEF, MBA I've mentioned, University of Plymouth, Plymouth Marine Lab, University of Liverpool and University of Oxford. And they're really nice people, and I'm really happy to be working with them. So this is all about trying to develop a mechanistic understanding of flow impacts on ocean fronts, marine predators and fisheries, but with the Celtic Sea as a study system. And the reason this is such an important site is because there's numerous proposed floating offshore wind developments, none of which are operational, which is an interesting point for discussion. But this area is also very active in terms of seasonally persistent oceanographic fronts. And these ocean fronts in part support a very diverse marine predator assemblage, an important fishery. And really our project is about trying to understand the direct and the indirect effects that this development might have on biodiversity and oceanography in this part of the world. And finally, we're quite keen to think about mitigation, derogation, and think about ocean fronts as a vehicle, as an opportunity to achieve those ends. Our first work package is really about delving down into the water column to try and understand a bit more about the mechanisms around these ocean fronts that are particularly important for biodiversity. This is a work package led by the MBA, PML, and University of Plymouth, and the real gem of this work, I think, is using the auto sub long range, which is a very powerful piece of tech that I do not understand in the slightest, but my colleagues thankfully do. And we're going to be instrumenting the auto sub long range with a range of different sensors that I can't read what it says. And in theory, what we're hoping to do is initially was to use these deployments to assess what's happening in the water column before and after construction of a particular floating offshore wind farm. That doesn't seem to be happening. But we are going to be targeting these deployments to coincide with the onset of stratification, and also link that with near real-time remote sensing. The details of these sensors are going to be about characterizing physics, chemistry, and the biological components of the water column, and particularly delving into things like what is it about the plankton assemblage that changes in and around fronts, and how might that change in the presence of floating offshore wind farms, kind of moving away from just zooplankton, phytoplankton, to actually look at the kind of the details of the assemblage that's in the water column. This will marry up, as I said, with remote sensing, satellite remote sensing of these frontal features. And we'll be doing that at a number of different scales. So we'll be doing shorter term measurements to match with these autonomous vehicle deployments, and longer term records of ocean fronts to link with some of our other products, which I'll just talk about briefly in these next work packages. So work package 2 is about flow impacts on marine predators. And again, we have a challenge because of what's actually in the Celtic Sea, but what we endeavour to do is develop a wide spatial overview, a map of what marine diversity looks like in this part of the world, using a range of different techniques, whether it combining digital aerial surveys, passive acoustics with the auto sub long range, and also we have a long-term seabird tracking program in this part of the world. And this tracking data will enable us to look in a lot more detail at, for example, behaviours of marine predators in the region. So how do they interact with oceanographic features, and in turn, what might the consequences be in the presence of floating offshore wind? We're also going to do some, what you might consider as the more kind of old school work on understanding impacts of offshore wind on aerial animals. When we think this is really crucial, because although I'm sure many of you who work on wind farms have heard a great deal about collision risk and collision risk modelling, this is a slightly different scenario with floating offshore wind, because there's a three-dimensional movement component of those turbines. There's also an additional collision risk below the water surface. So the way in which this infrastructure is anchored to the seabed could have implications for some animals colliding with that infrastructure, and these are things that we're going to look at. We're also going to look at the kind of things like barrier and displacement effects. So looking at developing energy landscapes and asking some of the questions that we've kind of heard about today. What would happen when you displace birds from certain parts of the Celtic Sea? And we're also going to have a work package which is looking at how flow might impact these important industrial fisheries in the Celtic Sea. So, for example, using data from the vessel monitoring system to try and quantify hotspots of activity and relate those to proposed floating offshore wind sites and also ocean fronts. But then consider what the ecological impacts might be of displacing those fisheries away from areas where you have operational wind farms. So, for instance, asking questions about what the impacts might be on the benthos, and also ask questions higher up in the food chain in terms of what the impacts might be in terms of marine predator bycatch, competition or provision of fisheries waste. And we'll also consider some of the social and the economic impacts of displacing fisheries. So what might the fuel implications be for moving fisheries to new areas? What might the impacts on the value of different catch be? So obviously this is quite a broad brush overview, and I've presented those 3 work packages as kind of discrete bits of work, but of course all these things interchange. This is very much the way in which we hope a good project will function, and the same applies to not only our respective work packages and colleagues across institutions, but also, as Matthew was talking about, I don't know where he's gone, this is a kind of a shared journey that we're going on, and we think it's really important to try and reach out and ensure that we are engaging with stakeholders, with other scientists, with other invested parties in this process to try and ensure that the questions that we're asking are the right questions, while still kind of holding true to what we think are the important scientific questions. And I think that's me done. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stephen. And then just to invite our last 2 speakers up onto the stage. So that's Justin Dix and Mark Moore from the eSuites project.
Okay, so we're not actually formally part of ECOFlow. We actually got funded through a highlight topic in 2022, but due to sort of post-COVID boat time issues, we didn't actually start until this summer, and we'll actually be going out and doing our field work in the summer of 2025. And effectively, this is a project, again, a cast of thousands led by Jonathan Sharples from Liverpool, who sadly couldn't make it here today. But we are looking at actually measuring directly some of the impacts upon both the physics and the biogeochemistry around one of these floating wind farms that's been talked about a lot this afternoon and this morning, and we're particularly targeted on Kincardine offshore wind farm, which is on the northeast coast of Aberdeen. What I can do is very quickly skip over all of these, because you now know about the expansion of floating offshore wind in the next few decades. You're pretty clear about what the impacts are of seasonal thermal stratification in particular, on the impacts of things like the spring bloom of phytoplanktons and trapping at the thermocline, and effectively preventing either oxygen getting down to the seabed or the mixing of nutrients up to the surface. But what we're particularly focused on here is that the semi-submersible platforms that you find at Kincardine are effectively at a scale that are comparable with the thermal stratification there. So we've got effectively a floating platform that's effectively 50 to 60 meters across. It's about 18 meters beneath the waterline, and that's directly kind of correlating with the depth of the seasonal thermocline, as has already been established. And the hypothesis here is actually, do we get sufficient turbulence, and on what scale, that it will start to break down that thermocline and effectively start to mix oxygen and nutrients all the way through the water column during that season. So we're taking an integrated approach to this. So this is a two-ship fieldwork season. Jonathan, who has been doing this for decades, says this is only the second time he's actually had two vessels to work simultaneously. And we're going to be using the Discovery to do work further away from the actual wind farm side itself. And actually with the Prince Madoc, we're going to be able to work upstream, downstream, and hopefully actually through the wind farm itself. We're working over the summer, so effectively over most of August with a slightly offset program. So the Prince Madoc will start earlier on. There will be overlap with the actual Discovery. And so we get the best part of a month. So we get through a couple of spring neap cycles on that sort of timeline. As you would imagine, is that the classic things that we need to be able to understand from this is the potential impact of turbulence. Can we actually measure turbulence through the water column within the wake of from the individual floating turbines? Effectively, we'll also have a towed thermistor chain, and so actually measure a whole range of temperatures, pressures, and other parameters through the actual water column, going down to about 50 meters. Total water depth here is just between about 70, 80 meters, depending upon where we are within the actual wind farm, and to be able to use it to directly validate numerical models of simulation of these sorts of turbulent effects. The ship-based work from the Madoc in particular will then be actually also complemented by a more extensive glider monitoring. Again, there's been many talks on the basis of using autonomy on a range of these projects, but through a series of glider deployments, we're going to be able to have pretty continuous measurements upstream and downstream of the site from May 2025, hopefully all the way through to October 2025. Again, measuring that full raft of temperature, salinity, dissolved oxygen, chlorophyll, light, and nitrates on these actual systems. The great thing about having extra slides, I can actually talk about my bit because I'm not a physical oceanographer, but I have spent a lot of time over the last 4 or 5 years looking at distributed temperature sensing data. And this goes back to one of the questions that was asked earlier about, okay, our individual cruises measure for a few weeks or a few months, but what do we do in the long term? Well, effectively, every wind farm now and going forward in the future monitors the temperature along its export cable in particular, and in certain circumstances, the array cables. And in essence, they are doing this for 2 reasons. One, for monitoring effectively what we call the real-time thermal rating. How much load can I put down my cable? How much can I heat up my cable? And also to identify whether effectively you get exposure of the cable, where they describe what are called cold spots. Effectively, the temperature of the cable gets driven down to the ambient temperature. And what we can see here is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little cold spots in our temperature distance trace here are correlating to an exposure of the cable on the seabed. When we first looked at this, and this is an interconnector going from northern Denmark to Sweden, and actually it was a month prior to a reburial campaign. And you probably can't see at this distance, but there's a red line going on sort of in the middle of the graph that's pretty consistent. That's the temperature from a buried cable, and we can kind of just see it about there. Then beneath that, there are, for the first sort of week or so, there are lower temperature locations which represent these exposed sections of cable. Now, at the end of the time series, all of the temperature profiles are actually clustering around the same value, i.e. they have all been reburied again. But the actual concern here is that they were expecting those initial temperatures at the bottom in the exposed cable section to be consistent all the way through, and then there would be a step change until you got your buried cable higher temperatures. But what we actually had in reality was we had periods of very rapid temperature transition, several degrees within 1 day. We reached a coastal temperature high of about 20 degrees, and basically the DTS manufacturer thought their system had broken. But in fact, what we were actually doing was picking up the Jutland coastal current, a warm current of water that was bending around the top of Denmark that actually passed through during the period that we were monitoring the temperature. And it gave us our first idea that we could effectively monitor ocean temperature from what is an intrinsic part of the actual operating cable system. And although that's an interconnector, as I say, it's on all wind farms. And I do a lot of work with this data. This is a project from Arup where we're actually looking at inter-array cables. And where they become exposed going into the actual J tube here is that we actually get fluctuations over the year of quite a significant amount of temperature. But what's most important is if we look at a long time series. So this is now 2 years worth of data from one of those locations of exposed cable. And what we can actually see is that the temperature profile here is very strongly controlled by the sinusoid of the ambient temperature. So we got a lot of confidence that effectively we can measure the ambient temperature condition even though there's an overprint of the actual load values. And doing some initial quantitative work, we can do that too with about 0.2 of a degree in the best case scenario. So what we're hoping to do at eSuites is obviously here what we have is cables exposed all the way through the water column. We've probably got about 120 meters of cable catenary through the 80 meters of the water column. And what we're hoping to do is to track the actual thermal stratification going in and out of every one of those turbines and be able to do that on a permanent basis. And potentially we can effectively see if there's any breakdown at any of the sites through the turbulence. I received the first 3 months of data yesterday afternoon. We couldn't process it in 24 hours, but watch this space. Alternatively, I won't have a project for the next 2 years if it doesn't work. In addition to that, just to say, we're also doing far field work with the Discovery and deploying 2 moorings, so we can look at that sort of really long scale, sort of spatial scales. And obviously, then, as everybody says, we've got to combine it into a model and validation of these models and other people's models to actually have a look at the real far field. And obviously, from my perspective, is that with the DTS monitoring, it is something that we can roll out to every wind farm that is being developed, and hopefully, because we all put in a bid to ECOFlow, is that Erebus does ever get built, our system will be ready to monitor the actual thermal stratification there. And that is the end of your talks this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask you to come back onto the stage? Could I invite all the speakers back onto the stage, please?
I will invite Mark now.
I was going to say it.
Just
okay. So in the same way as earlier today, we have a roving mic, and when the mic gets to you, please could you say your name and your organisation before you ask a question. And we'll alternate again, I think, with questions in the room and what's online. So opening up to the room first. Any questions? Nothing at all. There's nothing online. Oh yes, yeah, great.
Susan Goldman from the University of Southampton. I've got a question for the speaker. There has been a lot of talk this morning about the challenges of using sporadically collected data that's not continuous and not with broad spectrum coverage. So could you tell us a bit more about the plans you've got for the ECOFlow project for this data acquisition of the various different methods that you showed, and which ones are discrete data and which ones are going to be continuous? What sort of things are going to be measured and stuff? Thank you.
Could you summarise the question, just because I think we've still got online issues?
Yeah, to try and summarise the question. The question related to how we expected to manage the variety of different data that we might want to ingest within our frameworks, whether it a range of discrete random against any continuous time series that we might be considering developing. Does that capture enough? I can't. It's so bright up here. I can barely see people. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Well, actually, in comparison to the data we expect to use, very little. A lot of our project is around trying to better utilize the data that's already available. We're leaning heavily on the work that's been done beforehand, and of course, the elephant in the room always
for both Steve and I working and the projects we have that are focused on the Celtic Sea is that there is no floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea. We can benefit from programs such as the Poseidon program. Andy mentioned, and others have today, the sort of OEC is also providing quite considerable amounts of information and hopefully future funded projects, I believe, that might also deliver directly plug into these programs. But I think realistically, that without dancing around the question too much, at the moment, we're still not 100% sure. What we're hoping to do is fill some of the gaps with new tools, new capabilities, and these are gaps that we've identified largely for the ECOWind program. A lot of them relate to sort of development of the tools and the challenges that we know we will face because of the floating offshore wind will specifically provide. The use of autonomous vehicles seems very attractive, but having worked in that space for a long time now, the challenges that sit around that are extremely difficult. So again, leaning on programs such as the FMRI program coming from Merck, seeing what we can lever from that, whether there's opportunities to provide a platform for the developments that are going on there. So yeah, sorry if that's a bit of a dance around, but there's lots of data out there. We're largely geared towards providing better tools to take advantage of the data that's there and providing new tools to start filling gaps in between. Broad answer, happy to discuss in detail over a beer in about half an hour.
Thank you. We've got an online question.
Okay, fantastic. This is from Liam Van Fernand, development from Matt. Given that the Crown Estate and Crown Estate Scotland have already issued leases but not licensed many areas for floating offshore wind, where do you see your tools being most useful? Is it for micro-siting of turbines, or is it informing the next round of leases?
Yeah. Great. Thanks, Liam. I think that's Liam, isn't it? Well, I'd like to say that actually we're providing, there's a real reason behind the integration of 3 different decision support tools within our program. It's recognition of the fact that there are a whole different range of policy questions that we're still struggling to address. We're building on the excellent work that we've already seen presented today around the dynamic Bayesian modelling that Aberdeen are doing, and others I know are using this similar methods. And I think, you know, there's more to be done in that space. And essentially what we're doing with that tool is transferring that to a new space, one without current offshore wind to any scale. So I think there's a new challenge there that I can address on, one might say, a systems scale. Then we're also recognising the need for very targeted tools to help with the marine spatial planning challenges. So one thing I didn't have time to talk about today was also the ORIS tool, for those of you who don't familiar with it, that Steve Watson leads on. He is in the audience, I'm sure can address questions later to anyone. You know, builds on the social and economic considerations that sit around the infrastructure, or this massive infrastructure. We're also conducting within that process and that work package consultation with fishing industry, working with technical specialists, providing that sort of training, and actually providing access to the tools as we develop them, when we develop them, co-developing with those different, very broad range of stakeholders. So I don't want to promise everything in every scale, but I think we're starting, it's fairly incremental. It's providing tools, testing them with the communities that need to use them. And I'm sure we will come up with as many new questions as we address, but I hope that helps answer.
Question here.
I'll take it again for introducing the project. Thank you, Comrade Consulting. So going back to the elephant in the room, we know floating infrastructure in it's a yeah, but also racial comments from your experience that what do you think are going to be more changes in the system to try and tackle challenges that we currently have? Will you be looking at, because you're carrying out so much new science and you want to see ahead of any construction of floating wind, will you be looking at opportunities for influencing how environmental impact assessments could be carried out even more strategically, strategic monitoring approaches. Will you be looking at anything like that as your projects develop?
Have a response, man.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. That's very kind. So if I can just paraphrase the question, my understanding was that you're asking whether we were going to use the opportunity for the fact that that there's currently no floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea to try and provide advice, guidance on monitoring and impact. Is that a fair assessment?
And it's to help those processes along so that they can happen more quickly, so that floating wind can get put out there if it's.
And again, for the online, I think a kind of a refinement of that was that how we can perhaps support or facilitate that process. So the simple answer is yes. I think what we're really keen to do is firstly develop a really robust baseline for what we think is happening, both in terms of the oceanography and in terms of the biology and in terms of the kind of social and economic aspects of fishing. And we think that's a really powerful place to be. And it enables us to test a range of different scenarios as well. So we can kind of make provision for just consideration for what housing, what locating of wind farms might look like and what the consequences of that might be. I think in terms of kind of the influence and the kind of guidance in terms of monitoring and understanding impact, in some respects, that's why we think ECOWind and ECOFlow are exciting places to operate, because we don't have the capacity to do that. We kind of do our science, but I think the kind of key to that is that we're not just siloed in our science, and that's why these meetings, having stakeholders as part of our project, stakeholders who are kind of external from it, that we hope to engage with. Well, for there's loads of engagement as part of these projects, which I think is a real positive. We would be very keen to do that, yeah, to kind of be part of the conversation about directing the science, directing the decision making. We obviously respect that there's only so much that we can guide when kind of politics and economics come in. But yeah, I think we'd like to be part of that. I might have gone on a bit, so I apologise. Do you want to?
Can I just ask Justin? Sorry, I'm just in remark. So in terms of one of the things that I think my background's also, I've worked in consenting for quite a few years, is that sometimes when the research or the evidence is collected in one area, it's challenged whether it can be applicable in another. And I'm just quite interested from your project, how you see the outcomes of your project being impacted.
Well, I think in essence, you're looking at a fundamental set of physical processes. And so, you know, when it comes down to it, yes, the platform that's going to break up the turbulence is going to be different, but effectively, you know, what you've got is the perfect piece of validation. And with all of these projects, it will not only validate the models we do within it, but it will also be then made publicly available for the validation for others. So it's like, for decades, we've got colleagues who've been modeling scour, and we've seen it today around monopiles. And you don't have to do that for every monopile in every situation. You do it for the next set of designs. So it's providing that, and as far as I understand, it really will be some of the first a priori physical process measurements around a floating turbine. It is only 5, you know, it is a small taster, and obviously things are going to scale up, but it's going to be that first opportunity. And obviously from my perspective, if it works from the DTS, it's a free piece of continuous monitoring information that the companies can then use. I mean, there are issues with it. They have to, I think that the big fear is always from the developers is that you can back calculate the efficiency of their turbines. So there has to be a degree of extracting the actual load component of the temperature profile. But effectively, we've actually already been doing that as part of another project. And so we hope to adapt it immediately.
I guess I mean, it's interesting to hear what's going on in the Celtic Sea, and I mean there are going to be differences in the oceanographic settings of the different installations. So we will learn fundamental things about the physical impacts of these structures. Some of the biogeochemical consequences will probably be a little bit context dependent, and that's ultimately why we're going to have to try and capture these things and feed them through into models. And it's inevitably the case that we will need more than one set of observations in one installation ultimately to have confidence in how those, particularly the biogeochemical impacts, play out over larger scales.
Can I just add as well, I think one of the things that we did originally plan to do was we did have early conversations with HighWind and Equinor. They obviously have a different type of floating platform. And I think the door's still open that if we can I think Equinor really have been absolutely bombarded by everybody in terms of trying to gain access. But if we can still do that, that would be great. And I'm still keen. I've been trying for a bit, and I think I might be getting the DTS data from Seagreen. And I think tying up with Pelagio, it was interesting that actually some of your early results is you are getting stratification from that deployment, and to compare a fixed foundation data set against the floating just a few tens of kilometers further north and then a different system again, that would give you a really nice continuous suite.
Can I add one? I think Justin's got it there as well. The three projects that have been funded, I'm just although acknowledging the one was funded by a different mechanism, but we had the kickoff meeting last week at Crown Estate, and they seem wholly complementary. I really saw very little conflict or repetition. So I do hope that at the moment everyone's very smiley and happy, and I think we've really got to work hard and find some level of agreements, and that same goes with the ECOWind and ECOFlow programs. I suppose the core, since we have funders in the room, is that of course I've now only seen for the first time Stephen's proposal, details around the eSuites proposal, and maybe for others they've only just started to realise what's coming out of the ECOWind. There does need to be some level of funding to help facilitate those links. So I do think some very strategic, not necessarily large, but strategic investments in probably new people, because everyone's busy doing what they're doing. I know that we're hearing that all the time. A little bit extra money if someone's 100% full of time, they can't do any more. I think people are already working their socks off. So I do think we need to be quite clever about how we try and better link these projects, because I do see there's so much potential gain here just by adding a little bit more. So I hope there's some discussion over the next couple of days about that.
Any questions?
Thank you very much. It's my very laboratory question, but that's very exciting. Just wondering about the technical details of getting the depth or your temperature profile from your cable, given as your cables going up and down in water column. And a secondary question is 0.2 of a degree good enough?
You sound like Jonathan Sharples.
Okay.
So I think. So I'm going to tell you, I'll take the second question first. So that was, is it going to be accurate enough? And basically I found two camps, from no, there's no way 0.2 degrees is enough, to we get the ocean bottom temperature in terms of a continuous time series is one of the least measured properties on the planet, and probably is one that's going to be most impacted by climate change, let alone impact from wind farm. So anything is a good starting point. And I'm obviously going to take the optimistic view that if we can get a long time series, not just from Kincardine, but from every wind farm, that moves us forward. And then we just have to work about what is a realistic accuracy and precision. In the first question, yes, basically the main part of the project is we know now that we will get a relatively good temperature profile every meter along the cable. It is going to be the 2 years of postdoc time is going to be about how well we can locate ourselves actually within the water column to be able to monitor that through. So that's what for us, that's the main part of 2 years of research.
Any other questions? Yeah. Understand.
Several times today, we're going to say we have the right people in the room. quite a few of which may be in this room. So I just wanted to know what people's opinions were on who is that list? Who are the right people to have in the room?
Who wants to take that one?
Start them.
We're not ECOFlow.
I mean, can I just before, I guess it's the end user, whoever's going to use this for a tool, those need to be defined per project. They might be different for different projects, and they definitely need to be in the room so we can understand what's practically needed to enable those decisions to be taken. So that's probably a bit of a fudgy answer to your question, but I don't know if any of the speakers want to.
I think ECOWind's done a very good job of bringing a lot of those right people together. As you said, a lot of those people are in this room now. I do think maybe more work has got to be done in terms of, recognizing, maybe being honest as well a little bit about where we aren't managing to connect. And I do see there's tensions, frustrations, that, I think that's all part of the experiment that ECOWind is about, how we translate what the NERC community typically edge towards is that scientific excellence through to whatever tools people need, and whether it's through to the policy end or whether you're a developer or, whether you were thinking about environmental impact assessments or what impact you might have on good environmental status. But we all know that they're really tricky spaces, those interfaces between science and policy and the many steps in between. So I do think getting the right people, or certainly the people we need to continue to bring into the room, the people who understand the needs and requirements that sit at the interfaces. That's maybe where we need some more assistance. I'm a little bit worried that the ECOFlow program is not going to have the same level of input. There's fewer projects. Right, there's a third project with these suites, but it had a very different set of requirements. It's a different shaped project by design. So I think the challenge there is to try and take what was eventually 4 projects funded under ECOWind, and a lot of people that aren't going to be funded through to the next round, with a new project coming in that hasn't come in with that experience, but great, you get some left field as well, and new site. But yeah, I think the thing we can really work on is the people in the middle. Again, some of them definitely are in this room, but I think we could all probably start writing a list of who isn't, or at least where they come from. I think. Anyone else?
I might use the opportunity to just make a sort of slightly broader point. So a couple of things have come up around how we utilise various monitoring that there is in the environment, how we might talk between the commercial sector and the science sector about how we improve monitoring going forward, how we speed up approvals and so on. It's not just about who's in a room at a given point in time. Actually, I think the broader point is about how we as a community, defining it in quite a broad way, actually get a little bit more structured and coordinated about how we can have those conversations, so that we don't sort of go from one project to another project, but actually we have a more consistent way of communicating with each other right across the spectrum. So, I think the question is a little bit broader than you ask it. And hopefully if we've got that communication, actually we can be talking all the time about who we have to have in the room, and put that sort of stakeholder engagement, even earlier in the process of defining what the next projects are, for example.
Anyone else on the panel want to address that? No. Unless there's one last question in the room, we've got about 25 seconds left. So there's one right at the back. We make that the last question.
It might be a new action. I just wondered how much thought would be given. I'm sure there has been something, but obviously there's been a plan level HRA done, when it comes to sea work, very great to see that, the lines of all that. But how will, I guess, government's timescale outputs of these projects, how will we make sure they are aligned with the projects that we see going through the development process in that area? I guess, it's just really vital that we make sure that they did all get pulled together, and you guys have to come up with something too late in the day for it to be taken into account by those projects. So because they've been working in currently, just wondering how that's going to be managed.
Well, it's a really good question, and really it's something that we're looking across internally within the Crown Estate. So looking across all of our 28 now projects, and how we then link across to other initiatives within the Crown Estate to make sure that actually they're feeding in at the right time. And I think there's probably something that we could do from the OIC programme perspective to work with yourselves and wider industry to understand kind of when the outputs are coming from the OIC programme, and maybe the ECOWind and ECOFlow programmes, and just work out what that means in terms of the need at that point in time, and whether there's anything else that can be done to not necessarily speed up, but support the process to get the answers that are needed to inform decision making. So it's not there yet, but very happy to work with you on that. And I think that's the end of our last session. So just to say thank you to you all for your questions, but also to our speakers here up on the stage, if you could show them your. And I will hand back to Steve Gibson from Hull Marine Consulting to close us out today.
When you are dismissed. Thank you. And I'm going to hand straight over to Colin.
Thank you very much. Well, I can now say good evening. When I started this morning, I said good morning, but I also said something else. I said 9350 4.5. Who can remember what that relates to? And there is a Tunnix caramel log for who gets it first. 9350 4.5. Any one of them? You can shout out. Somebody said capacity at the back. Yeah, which capacity? Well done. You can come and collect your Tunnix log. I was at another conference where, you know, these Tunnix tea cakes, and I did something similar, and I threw it at the person who won, and it smacked them in the eye and bruised them a wee bitty. Didn't know a Tunnix tea cake was that strong. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to first of all thank all the speakers today. Steve is going to say something in a few minutes, but in summarizing what I've heard, I've seen a lot of really, really nice science. And after Steve and I are finished, I would encourage you all to go through and spend more time till 6 o'clock at the posters, discussing what's on the posters, discussing the ECOFlow, ECOWind, OIC interaction. Because one of the things that's very clear is that one conversation's never enough. And actually, things happen when you know the people that you're speaking to, when you better understand where other people are coming from. And so I would encourage you all to take this opportunity to just have more conversation and have more discussions. Now, I'm very, very fortunate because over the last few days, the 4 PIs from ECOWind have sent me their top 5 outcomes from the first 2 years of ECOWind. Now, EcoWings took the exception and sent me 6, but that's all right, Francis, don't worry. For me, when I read through them, I thought, wow, there's a lot here that is actually quite amazing. And as we start to think about how we take the projects and synthesize them into a program and program outputs, we have a real body of outcomes in these 5 project highlights, and we're only halfway through at the moment. So at this stage, I sort of look at our ECOFlow colleagues and think, take note. Halfway through, and they can tell us a lot of new science. So hopefully we'll see the same from the ECOFlow, EcoSuite, eSuite programs. But I think it is indicative of the hard work that is going on, of the research that is being done here in the United Kingdom on offshore wind, that is putting us in this position in terms of being able to start to say things, and we're only 2 years in. So on behalf of the Programme Advisory Group, can I thank you all for your hard work. And also, I thought the presentations today were spot on in terms of what you were saying, how you were saying it, and getting it across. Because one of the most difficult challenges potentially now is translating some of this, because today was a science day, so we had this opportunity to speak science to scientists. But I'm just going to tell you one story, and then I'm going to hand over to Steve. I was doing some work with the OSPAR Commission, and we put up a graph, well, it was a map, and beside the Netherlands was a whole lot of red dots. And the red dots meant above environmental assessment criteria, which means you're expected to see biological effects. And the comment that was made there was, we can't have that number of red dots. And I said, well, why can't you have that number of red dots? Is it because it looks as if that part of the coast is particularly impacted by chemicals? And they said, no, the minister will reduce our funding because it looks as if there's too much monitoring going on in that area. Now, that gives you an indication of what you have to think about in terms of when you're wanting to present what we've seen today into information for decision makers. So I leave you with that thought and hand over to Steve, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Colin. So yes, as Colin says, it falls to me to do a brief summary. I'm not going to reflect back to you the things you heard. You've all got your own reflections on those. I think I'll start with saying we all want offshore wind to be deployed consistent with the best available science. And as Colin said, what we've seen today, you should be immensely proud of in just 2 years. We already much better understand as a result the climate change effects on ocean processes relevant to offshore wind deployment. We much better understand the effects of that deployment in that context, which is a huge step forward within 2 years. We're doing the science to combine those two things and to combine them with other anthropogenic activities in the common sea areas. And together, those give us a basis for a journey towards decision support for policy and practice. Tomorrow allows us to continue that latter discussion about supporting decisions, policy, and practice. So I invite you to think this evening how you will come back, and Colin's right, fantastic presentations, how we're now going to have that conversation with those end users tomorrow. So those are reflections back today to transfer us into tomorrow, and I hope they're valuable. Very last bits of housekeeping, although Colin's quite rightly done some of it. Posters until 6, the interactions that happen around the posters, critically important. Thank you to everybody in the room. Thank you to our online participants, and our apologies for the technical gremlins that plagued this morning. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for coming back. Thank you to everybody who spoke. And I asked you at the start to stick to time, and you did. And I am so grateful. Thank you very much indeed. It's made the day run so brilliantly smoothly. So thank you. And registration tomorrow 9 till 9:30, and we will start, of course, promptly at 9:30. Yes.
Shouldn't we leave them up? No, they're up tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, posters are not coming down. They are staying up until tomorrow. If they survive the cold overnight, you may find them huddled together tomorrow morning. No, you're leaving them up and they'll be available tomorrow. So starts at 9:30. Have a great evening, everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.